Call the meeting to order. We're going to hear how to access the public's portion of the meeting via Spanish translation. Boy, I mangled that.
The following message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation in Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More, or the three dots at the bottom of your screen, select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español según su formato. Si está uniéndose a nosotros vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla, elija Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. Now for our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and the home of the Washishu, the people here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Now I'll call the meeting to order, and if everyone can just join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Blankenship, will you please do a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Here.
Councilmember Robbins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass.
Here.
Mayor Wallace.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
No, we did not have closed session tonight, Madam Mayor, and I have no reports from prior meetings.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our proclamation, and Mayor Pro Tem Cody Bass is going to be giving out the first one.
Yeah, I'll use that. Thank you. All right.
Can we hold this up?
Absolutely. Definitely. All right, for the City of South Lake Tahoe, we'll be recognizing Pride Month. So whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe is a welcoming community and an exceptional place to live, learn, work, play, and raise a family, and whereas the city recognizes the importance of equality and freedom, and whereas the nation was founded upon and is guided by a set of principles that includes that every person has been created equal, that each rights to their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and that each shall be accorded the full recognition and protection of law. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex community are a vital part of all fields and professions and contribute to a stronger community. And whereas the city is dedicated to fostering acceptance of all its citizens and preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of ethnic, cultural, racial, gender, and sexual identities of its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant character of our city. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim and recognize June 2025 as Pride Month in the City of South Lake Tahoe and urge citizens to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQI community and LGBTQI organizations to actively promote the principles of equality and liberty. Thank you. If you'd like It's up to you. You don't have
I
to.
do have a statement, but we're waiting for
Yeah.
public.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, city council members, city staff. Good to see you all again, and good to meet some of you for the first time. My name is Zephyr Cow, and I'm here with my colleague and good friend, Michael Hobbs. We are here on behalf of Lake Tahoe Pride, and we'd like to make a statement. Lake Tahoe Pride is honored and gratified that City Council has proclaimed this June as Pride Month and resolved last year that every subsequent June would also be Pride Month. Allyship is important, and we value yours. Pride Month is important to many of us, but we believe that visibility and allyship is too important to celebrate just 1 month out of the year. When youth in our own schools are bullied for being their authentic selves, 1 month a year is not enough. When legislators introduce close to 600 bills and 6 executive orders targeting their well-being, 1 month a year is not enough. When people consider themselves good citizens, when they feel proud of their hard-earned rights and freedoms, but not ours, 1 month a year is not enough. Lake Tahoe Pride contributes to this community in many ways. We've awarded thousands of dollars in scholarships to LTCC students through our Lake Tahoe Pride Equality Scholarship Fund, a fund that was endowed last year. We create events and collaborations with local organizations like Keep Tahoe Blue, TAMBA, the TRTA through our Pride Tahoe Trail Days, and with local businesses to strengthen our connections with the community. And we hold our social mixers every week to invite visitors and locals into a safe space where they can find a friendly face. We too consider ourselves good Americans. We especially appreciate the crosswalks that have been maintained year after year on Lake Tahoe Boulevard. They send a simple human message that diversity and difference are welcome, that we are a hospitable city, that acceptance of personal freedoms are valued here. Symbols like these encourage people to visit Tahoe, and it could be a more important time. Not everyone appreciates the city's stance on these values, but we really do. After all, you don't have to have the perfect understanding of somebody living next door to be a good neighbor to them. You don't have to completely see their world the same way to be a good friend, to be a loving and supporting friend. Mutual affirmation and respect for people who are different doesn't diminish anybody. It makes us happier, friendlier, and more free. There are many ways for residents of South Lake to celebrate Pride Month with us. You can donate to charity that supports LGBTQ youth, such as the Trevor Project, the Kingdom Caps, which are just right at Zephyr Point, and our Lake Tahoe Pride Equality Scholarship through the LTCC Foundation. You can attend one of our events, you can refer a friend to our group, or you can task yourself to learn something about our history, our identities, and the challenges that we face today. Our favorite recommendation to celebrate Pride is to just be kind to everyone you know, no matter who they are. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your recognition.
Thank you very much. That was lovely. Thank you. We have one more proclamation for Disability Pride Month. And I believe that there's a group of people. Marianne, you should come up. Kids? We keep meeting like this.
Oh, weird.
Are you going to read it, Anthony? Can I read it and then you can take it and read it?
Yeah.
We can do that. Okay. Hi, how are you, honey? Okay, so this is our proclamation for Disability Pride Month. Whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe recognizes July as Disability Pride Month, commemorating the passage of the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, in 1990 and celebrating the strength, diversity, and contributions of people with disabilities in our community and across the nation. And whereas this month is an opportunity to honor the dignity, rights, and talents of individuals of all ages, abilities, children, adults, seniors, and veterans, whose presence enriches every aspect of life in South Lake Tahoe. And whereas we proudly acknowledge the vital work and advocacy of Access Tahoe, the South Lake Tahoe Special Needs Community, Senior Inc., the Action Club, which is a subsidiary of the Kiwanis Club, the Special Olympics, and Tahoe Seniors in Advancing Access for All. And whereas the Disability Pride flag represents the broad spectrum of the disability community, including green for sensory disabilities such as deafness and blindness, blue, psychiatric and mental health disabilities, white, chronic illness, pain, and non-apparent disabilities, gold, neurodivergence, intellectual and developmental disabilities, red, physical disabilities, and gray, to mourn those who have lost their lives. Whereas the city stands committed to removing barriers, physical, social, policy, economic, community, and attitudinal, and fostering a culture where every person is seen, valued, and empowered to thrive. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim July 2025 as Disability Pride Month and encourages all residents, businesses, and organizations to join in recognizing and uplifting the voices, rights, and achievements of the disability community. Thank you. You want to read it now? Oh, no, it's okay. Hi, babe. How are you?
It's been a while.
Who wants it? Anthony? Or maybe Amy goes? And does anybody want to speak?
I'll speak.
Tammy. Anthony's going to take over the meeting.
My name is Jennifer Drennan. I am Caitlin Drennan's mom and Mrs. Chief. On behalf of our family and the rest of the families here in our disability community, we wanted to say thank you for recognizing us, for celebrating us, and for creating space for us in the Tahoe community. We are loud, we are proud, we are here, and we're not going anywhere, and we appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. It's Angie Regan Simba from Access Tahoe. Thank you for the proclamation. While we are here today to celebrate Disability Pride Month, it's important to remember that June holds space for many powerful histories and identities that often go unrecognized. It is an honor to accept this on the same evening as Pride Month. It is also National Immigrant Heritage Month, which honors the contributions of immigrants to our communities and to the fabric of American life. It is also Juneteenth, coming up on the 19th, which marks the end of slavery in the U.S., a delayed freedom that reminds us justice is not always immediate and equity must be actively pursued. As Marsha P. Johnson once said, "No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us." Disability pride is not separate from that struggle. Approximately 15% of the world's population, more than 1 billion people, live with a disability. We are the world's largest minority. Disability crosses race, class, gender, sexuality, age, and faith. Anyone can become disabled, and everyone ages. This is about all of us. In the words of Tiffany Yu, the story is not always about overcoming. Sometimes the story is about becoming, and we are still becoming more seen, more connected, more powerful. But we need more than proclamations. We need recognition, safety, dignity, access, equity, and love. I understand that a community for all no longer appears in the City of South Lake Tahoe strategic plan, but I want to be clear, we are not a community for some. We must be a community for all, not just on days, months, or in symbolic words, but in policy, infrastructure, and culture, as well as in our minds and hearts. So I leave you with some more action steps for Disability Pride Month. 1, attend the Playgrounds and Possibilities discussion tomorrow via Zoom at 1 p.m. with Mark Laver, founder of Johnny and Friends. 2, join Senior Inc.'s potluck with Tahoe 2G presenting this Thursday from 5 to 7, and consider membership, donation, and volunteering. 3, pursue a sensory-inclusive certification through Culture City. 4, read, reflect, and rise as a community with Tiffany Yu's book, The Anti-Ableist Manifesto. 5, get creative as we think about how every space, park, beach, trail, playground, business, event, and school in this region and world can be more accessible, inclusive, welcoming, safe, and kind. Let's take steps towards a community for all and not a community for some. Remember us, remember all of us, not once a year, not for a proclamation, but every day in every way. Personally today, this is for my granny on her heavenly birthday, who had Alzheimer's, my grandpa who had rheumatoid arthritis, my granddad who had post-polio syndrome, my grandmom who we lost to brain cancer, to every patient I've ever had as a PT and everyone I've met through Access Tahoe, and for the 8 years I've been disabled. As a young girl, a physical therapist, and a passionate advocate, I've always known and felt that people deserve so much more in this world. So let's give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
I'm Dave Kurtzman. I think I know most of you. And the Rotary Club was founded 19 years before the city. And we took on, during COVID, a mobility equipment program. We've gathered up, we give it out, and we're just glad to be able to assist those in need, and including tourists. They come into town, they need a piece of equipment. While I was driving down here, a lady needed a wheelchair to get her mother to the bank to do her banking. This is the kind of stuff we do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Kurtzman.
John Messina for Seniors Inc. We want to thank Angie and Mr. Kurtzman for all the work they've been doing. They've been doing a terrific job in helping the disabled in our community. And they deserve a round of applause, really.
And there may be a few people on Zoom that couldn't make it that might want to say something, but if not, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll let them do that under public comment if they would like to. Thank you all so much for being here for that. We are moving on to public communications. This is the opportunity for the public to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments will be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. I'll let everybody clear the room and then we'll. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Mr. Loberg?
That's okay. That's okay. I can follow this.
Once again, it's pretty rich recognizing disabled and access when the city conducts business with one of their, with a couple of their providers. Lime, Bird, they provide scooters for the disabled in other cities, but not here. I don't understand why you can continue to do business with them without requiring that. The other is, it's pretty amazing the restrictions for fire protection and landscaping, and yet you've got a place, Tahoe Blue, they put out bark not in accordance with the Firewise community. It's not put in correctly. it's not to the correct depth, and it's not kept wet. The other thing over there is, I'm surprised the zoning allows for a shed right in the front of the building. I haven't seen that in any city where they put a shed right in front of the building. But also over at the hangar, last week they were doing some landscaping. The fence goes most of the back along the upper Truckee River, but then there's a gap of about maybe 10 feet. And I drove by and there was a backhoe working up there with no protection or barrier between the backhoe on the corner there and the upper Truckee River. It's kind of amazing that that kind of stuff goes on this day and age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Eli?
Hi, my name is Eli Ramos for the record. I work as a reporter at the Tahoe Daily Tribune, but I'm not actually representing the Tribune today. I'm just representing my own experience as a queer person who is working there. Many times when I write about topics, I get a lot of angry comments or emails, and that's kind of par for the course. But as far as comments go, the vitriol has never been worse than when I reported on the city's Pride events for this year. I don't think that social media comments are reflective of a community as a whole, but I don't think that it's a good sign that when the paper and even the city post things about Pride, that those sections are flooded with rage and hatred and, frankly, not a very welcoming spirit. I moved here last September to work for the paper, and it was my first time moving to a city where I literally knew absolutely no one. And the first people who truly did make me feel welcomed and have continued to be my strongest connection to this community were a part of Lake Tahoe Pride. Pride is meant to celebrate and honor the differences that make a community strong and vibrant, like this proclamation says, and being part of a community strengthens us against violence and hatred, and certainly makes us feel less alone. So, to the council, putting forth a Pride proclamation is a major step to making sure that people don't feel isolated or rejected for being who they are, but I urge you all to believe in what you've said and to be allies. Allies require active participation and leadership to support LGBTQ+ people and their intersectional identities, to stand up against hate and truly foster real community acceptance and acknowledgement. I literally listen to every city council meeting for my job, and I can see that each and every one of you does really care about this city, which means that you also care about the LGBTQ+ community here as well, because there are LGBTQ+ people in every slice of this community: youth, seniors, business owners, unhoused people, immigrants, disabled people, and more. To the queer community here and everywhere, especially my fellow transgender siblings who have been attacked relentlessly, I want you to know that this Pride Month especially, I love you all more than ever. I love that our community has continued to exist throughout history and will continue to exist no matter what. I love that our ways of loving one another and expressing ourselves challenges the status quo and hierarchies in the world. To exist freely and fully in our identities invites people to look inward and hopefully find the courage to be truly who they are. And to those who have been spiteful of these differences, hateful and vitriolic online, this is my invite to you to also look inward. Thank you for your time.
Is there any other member of the community that will, Ms. Davidson?
Hello, Mayor Wallace and everyone on the council. It is a pleasure to stand here and to add my thanks and also congratulations for putting these two proclamations forward for the community to see. Your leadership on this and your sober and joyful acceptance of different communities within our community sets a tone and sets an example for not just South Lake Tahoe, but our whole democracy. So I really want to express my gratitude as a member of this community and as an ally to all of the members that have been represented in these two proclamations. I want to echo what Eli said, that we are in a time, and you all have been on the receiving end of great contempt. And I want to just honor each one of you and thank you so much for demonstrating dignity in your work. And I do think that we together as a community can engage in difficult conversations across our differences with dignity and empathy. So thank you so much for leading on this, and as a mother and as a member of this community, as a professional educator and musician, I just want to thank you for bringing this spirit into our community.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. Are there any other members of the community that would like to speak on any item not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
Yeah, Mayor, we had one hand raised. If there's anyone on the Zoom platform that would like to provide non-agendized public comment, please raise your hand. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. City Commission reports. Is there any city commissioners in the audience that would like to make a report? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move to our consent agenda. Items 3 through 6. Council, are there any comments, questions? Okay. Staff, anything on the consent? No. Okay. Right after consent. Yeah. Thank you for the reminder, though. Let me write that down. Okay. So we'll move to public comment on items 3, 4, 5, and 6. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on any of those items? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back to council for,
Motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, well, we have to vote. Wrong meeting. I run a lot of meetings. Okay.
Wait, Mr. Jenkins?
Yeah, I'm having trouble signing in as usual.
Here. Got it? Now hit sign in.
He's so smart.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That motion unanimously carries.
I was thinking of that.
Okay. Okay, now we'll move on to the consent agenda for the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency. Item number 7. Council, do you have anything on that? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item number 7, consent agenda for the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency? How about Zoom?
There's no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
I am loving this meeting. Bring it back to City Council for a motion or a second.
I move to approve the consent agenda for the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency.
I second.
Okay, motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you. Council, we have had a request from a member of the cannabis industry to move our item number 15 under the cannabis tax rate discussion to a meeting in September. Because we have a long agenda and because they feel like we'll be tired and it will be late, they've asked that we move it to an agenda that may give it more
With
air.
VHRs on the agenda?
I know.
Impossible.
So I'm floating it out there. Is everybody on council okay with moving it to a September meeting?
It's an excellent idea.
Okay.
I normally would have opposed, but this is what they wanted.
It was
so-
their request, yeah. Okay, so to the public, do we need a motion and a second for that, Ms.?
No, the mayor, I believe you can do that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
We're moving item number 15 to a September meeting. That will give us a little bit more room for the rest of the agenda. Okay, we'll open our public hearing. Item number 8, South Tahoe Refuse Final Delinquent Fees Report. Catherine Moore.
Good evening, Mayor Wallace and council members. For the record, my name is Catherine Moore, and I'm an assistant planner with the City of South Lake Tahoe. The agenda item before you is the South Tahoe Refuse Final Delinquent Fees Report. South Lake Tahoe City Code, Chapter 4.150, pertains to all things solid waste, recycling, and organic materials. This chapter states that all properties within city limits that utilize collection, processing, and disposal services are required to provide payment for these services. Mandatory collection fees, which remain unpaid for a period of 180 days or more after the date upon which they were billed, may be collected thereafter by South Tahoe Refuse per South Lake Tahoe City Code Section 4.150.370. Part of the City Code section requires South Tahoe Refuse to prepare a delinquent fees report, followed by a public hearing to address objections from liable landowners. A public hearing was held during the May 15th Planning Commission meeting, and there were no objections. The Planning Commission passed a resolution recommending City Council to confirm the final delinquent fees report and to direct the Finance Department to file this report with the El Dorado County Auditor and County Recorder's Office. An updated report has been provided in person today to reflect the most current list of individuals that have neglected to pay these mandatory collection fees. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Moore?
Yeah, the purpose is to provide those who are delinquent with an opportunity to object. Is anyone here to object? What is the process for those listed to then object?
Once the mayor opens the public hearing, they could object at that time if they haven't already done so.
So public comments is the position for that? Is there a statutory requirement that this can't be therefore on consent agenda?
Our code requires it to be a public hearing. I don't know if there's a statutory requirement for that.
So the issue that's driving this onto the public hearing is our own statutory, statutes.
Our code requires it. I don't know if state law also requires it. I would have to research that.
So my suggestion here is, I don't know that this is, we have a strategic item for efficient government, and I don't know that having these on a semi-regular basis, this isn't the only one, is necessarily a terribly efficient use of government time. So I'd like to suggest we alter our code.
Bring that up during conversation.
Yeah, okay, good, sorry, good point. That's
Thank you.
sorry, you're right, we're on questions.
Any
That's what I
other
was asking.
questions for Mr. Jenkins?
In order to be recognized on this list for special consideration, how much delinquency does a party have to have? I mean, how many months do they not pay, I guess is the question.
It says here unpaid for a period of 180 days or more.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay,
Are
seeing none.
the people on the list notified in any particular way other than building collections?
They receive a letter, a certified copy, a letter from South Tahoe Refuse twice.
That says, at this meeting in this time, this will be a hearing? So they are being notified? Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Open it up for public comment. Mr. Loberg?
It seems that South Tahoe Refuse could be a little kinder to those in the community that are delinquent, when in point of fact, last year they got a $330,000 grant from the beverage industry. $330,000, no strings attached. You would think that they could apply some of that as some goodwill, but no.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Is there any other member of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 8. No public comments, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, so I don't think, I think there's a couple other similar type items that we have for delinquent fees for various granted monopoly services in the community like refuse. And I just don't know that this is a great use of active time of the council, so I'd like to suggest we direct staff to bring back an item to adjust our code to allow this to be brought as a consent item. And still, since people are still being notified, they can show up and the item will be there for them to comment on consent, and it can be pulled by any one of us if there's a need to. But that would just save future councils a lot of time.
It's just if it's allowed, if it's a
That's
public
what I was
hearing,
just gonna
like
say.
if Heather says that that's something they could do.
Well, that's why I
then-
was asking, it's our code that's driving this.
I think what I heard is we don't know if there's a state statute requiring it. We would have to evaluate that. If there is, then we would come back to you and say the state statute requires us to have a public hearing. If there is no requirement at state level, then we can come back to you with a
Code ordinance.
South Lake Tahoe City Code ordinance amendment.
So It
if
may
that's
not be
the pleasure
possible,
of
but
the
we don't
council.
know. So let's go find out and do it if we can, just for a
Sure.
minor efficiency improvement.
Mr. Jenkins, you had something?
Is direction adequate? Okay.
I think it's good to have a conversation. I think the theory of this is that before you lien someone's property, that you give them every opportunity to object or to explain before that lien. And I think that's the real intention of the hearing, assuming, as was suggested, that they're all notified, people are notified of the hearing, so that we don't inadvertently or improperly lien someone's property for reasons that are other than legitimate.
If I could, I just wanted to note for the record that Ms. Moore did distribute to City Council an updated list, so the list that was on the website has been updated to a current list, which will be made part of the administrative record.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I believe that she did mention that. I can't remember. Okay, so with that suggestion towards staff and a consensus from the council, is there a motion to approve the resolution confirming?
Sure. I'll put forward a motion to pass a resolution confirming the final delinquent fees report and directing the finance department to send a certified copy to the report to the El Dorado County Auditor Controller to add the delinquent amounts to the county property tax rolls for collection.
Does the staff direction need to be in the motion, or are you guys good with that?
We got it.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Perfect, thank you. Moving on to regular unfinished business, City of South Lake, item number 9, City of South Lake Tahoe and Heavenly Snow Removal Agreement. Mr. Irvin.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening. By way of background, in November of 2024, the City Council requested an item be brought to Council for consideration regarding snow removal agreement and conversation with Heavenly Mountain Resort. That item came in November, and then we brought it back January of the beginning of this year, January 28, 2025. The City Council unanimously approved a motion directing staff to negotiate a snow removal agreement with Heavenly based on the Exhibit A cost structure as presented at that meeting, which is also in the packet for council review tonight, or to negotiate with Heavenly to provide a properly indemnified snow removal agreement as presented, or to negotiate with Heavenly to provide a indemnified snow removal agreement at zero cost, along with entering negotiations for equitable parking agreement under explicit condition that it would include adequately written support for an annexation. So the council's motion that they approved was to negotiate based on the exhibit that is in council's packet, what the true cost and impact to our roadways is from snow removal, or come back with Heavenly supporting an annexation and including a broader negotiated agreement that would include parking and snow removal, et cetera. After the January 28th meeting, I had a conversation with Mr. Edelman, who is not here, but Mr. Bigley from Heavenly Mountain Resorts is here, and they informed me that the Vail is not in favor of annexation, so we used the Exhibit A as the starting point to negotiate terms for a snow removal and road maintenance agreement. What's presented to council for consideration addresses the following streets: Lower Ski Run between Needle Peak and Pioneer Trail, and that's only the travel lanes of Ski Run. Saddle Road between Wildwood Avenue and Keller Road. Keller Road between Saddle Road and the northeast entrance of the resort's parking lot. That's across from the Four Seasons Resort up there. Wildwood Avenue between Needle Peak and Saddle Road, and Needle Peak between Ski Run and Wildwood Road. The agreement is for a 5-year term, effective at the date of approval. The terms include a $40,000 reimbursement to the city for a portion of the actual cost of maintaining the snow removal operations on January 31st of each year, with an annual compounding interest increase of 4%. It also includes Heavenly having to pay a flat fee, a street sweeping fee of $3,500 with a 4% annual increase as well. Recognizing that Heavenly's open for approximately 5 months during the winter season and mountain operations are not always operating at 100% capacity, therefore reducing the vehicle and snow impacts that their services would add to our roads. The $40,000 per year with annual compounded increase of 4% is what I'm presenting to City Council to consider for this 5-year term. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to talk about that with you, and I'm sure Mr. Bigley can add some points there if the council has questions for Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Mr. Jenkins?
First, I want to congratulate the city manager and Mr. Bigley and Heavenly on coming to an agreement on this. I think it's important. I also want to thank Heavenly because I think what they're doing is providing us with a service that otherwise we would have to provide. And so I'm glad when parties can come together and work something out. That's all I have, Mayor. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Is there any questions for Mr. Irvin or Mr. Bigley? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item number 9? Mr. Bigley?
Good evening, Ms. Mayor Wallace, council members and staff. My name is Brian Bigley, Director of Base Operations at Heavenly Mountain Resort. Our General Manager, Shader Edelman, is not able to be here tonight, but does send his regards. Thank you for the direction to staff to negotiate with Heavenly regarding the snow removal on city streets near the resort. Today, we are pleased that staff are presenting a negotiated agreement for your approval. This agreement allows Heavenly to provide at our expense enhanced snow removal on these streets, providing a high level of service for guests and employees in our shared destination. The agreement includes a significant annual payment from Heavenly to the city to support road maintenance in this area. The amount in the agreement reflects the seasonal and occupancy reality of our business and has an annual growing rate rather than a flat line rate previously presented by staff. We want to rebuild a strong, productive relationship with the city and hope this is the start of that process. Our actions and investment in this experience show our strong community presence and partnership. We are proud of our operations this season, including the continued optimization of the carpool program and the investment in expanding our transit services to help change behavior and reduce vehicle traffic to our destination. We were able to offer a state-to-state skiing connection from November through closing day. Our summer operations opened earlier than usual this year, and we invited employees of local businesses for 3 community days over the last month. Thank you to everyone who participated in those days. We thank the members of City Council who have taken the time to speak with us and for the time and effort of the city staff. Our leadership team is committed to successfully concluding this agreement and continuing to find ways to work with all of you to achieve the shared priorities laid out by Mayor Wallace and the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bigley. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Mr. Robbins?
Everything about this item speaks pretty directly to why Heavenly should be annexed and to the hypocrisy of Heavenly's position on annexation, that they recognize the critical importance of the city's roads and the city's and the plowing of those roads in their business, but then they refuse in the history of the city to contribute one dime of sales tax revenue of any kind from their business's operation to the city coffers to maintain those roads. They understand that they need city's roads, that they need city plowing, that they need operations, city operations and city roads and city services to support their business, but they continue to refuse to this day to be a part of the city. Cal Lodge is not in the city of South Lake Tahoe, not one dime from any hot chocolate, any beer, any on-mountain sales, any ski boot rental, any ski lesson, any sale from Stein's, Skydeck, the top of the gondola, Cal Lodge base, not one dime from any operation there has ever gone into the city's coffers in the history of the city of South Lake Tahoe since it was formed in 1965. This is the perpetuation of a corrupt deal that was made at the founding of the city that continues to this day. And the fact that Vail recognizes that they need city resources, that they need our roads to serve their business, but then turn around and say that we're not going to be a part of the city, that we're going to send our tax dollars to Placerville and not to the city of South Lake Tahoe is the height of arrogance. And I don't understand why we're giving things away to Vail to this day, as if Heavenly Mountain were in danger of fleeing the city if we don't give them a tax dollar. Does the city believe that the mountain is going to be dug up and moved to another state if we don't continue these corporate giveaways to a mega multi-billion-dollar corporation? I don't understand what it is we're doing here. Who is it that we represent?
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins, and then Mr. Bass.
I too would want to see a cooperative working relationship with Heavenly, and to the extent that I was in a different capacity years ago, I frankly always found that to be the case. But what I am curious about, though Heavenly is outside the city limits, that do we know the economic impact of having it there on our local businesses, on our employment? I happen to have neighbors of mine who work there, very good neighbors, excellent neighbors, in fact, and they actually speak very well of management. But so when we look at these things, we have to look at the economic benefits too. The golf course is not in the city limits, but it provides benefits to us, and there's all kinds of other things that aren't in the city limits. I'm not critical of Mr. Robbins' opinions. He's entitled to his opinion. But I think if we're going to talk about annexation, we have to do it and I think I said this before, it's like a marriage. You have to go, you don't go down the aisle screaming. You go down the aisle holding hands and hopefully in a positive relationship. And I don't feel that we have yet achieved that. With time, we may well achieve that, and I would hope that we do achieve it. I agree with the goal, and by doing so in a manner that's mutually beneficial to all of us. But the important thing is, before we make major policy decisions, we have to know the economics. What are the economics if we act, or what if we don't act? And that's my only comment, and that's something that I'm sure staff will look at in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Bass?
We headed down the road of annexation, really walking together in that path, and we really were working together. It was not just an idea of the city moving in annexation. We were working with Mr. Fortune at the time. And I think as we go into the future, it is what makes sense, and it is about what Mr. Jenkins, you just pointed out, that you need to really be doing this and together. And there's also the other component, which is the county, who currently is the current jurisdiction. And I think that, as we move into the future, it does only make sense when something that big of an impact that requires the level of service that they really need to make the visitor experience good, to make Heavenly have a better experience, it does make sense for the city to be who is providing the multitude of different services. And especially if you really look to the future of development at that site, which I think is what should happen, at that point, you really need to see the city being able to manage those things. So I hope that we do engage in those conversations going forward, and I think that there's benefit for Heavenly as well as for us, of course. But what this does, at least, is allows for public safety, for snow plowing, allows for a better visitor experience. It is giving us something back that we were never getting before. So there is a contribution directly to the city. Again, I think it was frustrating that we went down this road and we didn't get kind of where we wanted to, but I'm not giving up on it. I do think that we can get there. I think with kind of what we're seeing from El Dorado County, very soon Heavenly could be wanting to get annexed by the city. So let's just try to stay working together and make sure that we improve Tahoe.
Mr. Roberts, you're next, but let me just say really quick, I agree with you on everything that you just said. However, I want to be very clear. We provide snow removal in that area. They're doing enhanced snow removal. So the public is not unsafe.
That's right, sorry.
So I just want to make that clear. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, well, I agree with Councilman Bass on what he's saying. Also, I agree, I share the frustration that Councilman Robbins has, although maybe not quite as passionately. But I do see, and I do believe that the annexation is very important to the city going forward, and I hope we can continue moving in that direction. But if I'm not mistaken, previously, talks between the city and Heavenly had completely stopped. And I applaud our city manager for getting it started again and getting a step in what I believe is the right direction. And hopefully this leads to more conversation and more cooperation between the city and between Heavenly.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Robbins.
We have held out our hand, to use Mr. Jenkins's terms. We have held out our hand to Vail and tried to walk with them. We did that for many, many years, for decades. We gave them a virtually free parking deal on Ski Run Boulevard, where they use city streets to park vehicles for their business, for their private business, and we did that for decades at virtually no cost to them. We extended that deal after we began annexation talks, specifically as a point of olive branch to hold that out in good faith, to say we want to negotiate, and we continued that deal even though it was a bad deal for the city, because it was way below the value of what we were giving Heavenly. We held out our hand, and they ignored us. We held out our hand, and they slapped it away. Vail stopped talking with us, they stopped returning our calls, and they have publicly, in op-eds, in the newspaper, said we are going to oppose annexation. Go pound sand, is what they've told us. So I don't see why we are continuing to worry and give away things to Heavenly and give them private special privileges that no other business in the city gets, even though they're not in the city. They don't send their tax dollars into our community. You know, they charge $8 for a hot chocolate, and not one dime of the sales taxes on that ridiculously overpriced $15 beer comes to the city and helps us repair the roads that their customers tear up. This is an unsustainable relationship. This is an exploitative relationship. The fact that there is no way to get to Cow Lodge other than skiing, but by our roads in the city of South Lake Tahoe. But they don't pay to maintain it. And more to the point, city services currently and absolutely cover Cow Lodge. Last season, they had a fire at Cow Lodge, and the first engine that responded to their fire was a City of South Lake Tahoe fire engine, staffed by City of South Lake Tahoe fire personnel, paid for by the people of the City of South Lake Tahoe, and not one dime from Vail Resorts.
Mr. Robbins, I think you have agreement on the council for a lot of what you're saying,
So
but this isn't about annexation, it's about the parking
No,
agreement.
what's it about is that despite all of this,
Snow removal.
despite
Thank you.
all of this, we are about to vote to give this.
I don't even know what it's about.
Despite all of this, we are about to give Vail a special private giveaway for their corporation that's not in our city, that no other business has, for the specific purpose of them running a better business for them, when not one dime from their business, from sales taxes, from their operations comes into our coffers. That is utterly absurd. That is
So I
corporate
assume you're
welfare.
voting for it?
For corporate welfare for a company that's not even in our city. And this concern that what if we don't? What if we don't? Is Heavenly Mountain going to pack up and walk off? Frankly, the best thing that could
Mr.
happen
Robbins.
to this community is if Vail sold Heavenly to any other ski operator.
Right. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins, is this about the snow removal?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the comments of the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Roberts and yourself, Mayor, I think that we continue to pursue a partnership based on fairness and equity for both parties. I would like to note that for 8 years I was city manager in the city, and we had road repair there. We had no agreement with Heavenly, yet they agreed. Blaise Carrick was there, and they agreed to pay half the cost of totally redoing not based on some agreement that they were forced to do, but because we were working together. We have new management at Heavenly, frankly, and remember, I'm not a skier. We have new management that came in mid-year, and I'm sure there's different sides of a story of what happened. I don't know what happened. I was in the community, but not here. I'd like to note also, as I recall a comment that the fire chief made, that we have an automatic aid agreement for emergencies at Heavenly and with Lake Valley Fire. So Lake Valley responds, and sometimes if it's closer, or we respond, and that's the way we work together well. It's not a one-way street because the fire agencies are tremendous and work together. So we did respond, but they respond to things that are in our city too. I want to pursue, though, along the same, I think all of us are saying the same thing. We want a mutually beneficial agreement that benefits everyone. I want to see Heavenly prosper, and I want to see us prosper. And I think we can work toward that with good leadership that we have administratively, and with, I think, good leadership that we have at Heavenly. So I think our goal we're in agreement on. And the snow agreement's good, too.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Bass?
Yes, with that, I will put forward a motion to pass out. I will put forward a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute agreement with Heavenly Valley Limited Partnership to authorize snow removal on portions of Ski Run Boulevard, Saddle Road, Keller Road, Wildwood Avenue, and Needle Peak Road.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
That motion carries.
The corporate giveaway continues unabated in this city.
That's a great soundbite. Can we take a break? 5 minutes? Thank you. to order. Moving on to item number 10, ordinance amending vacation home rental regulations outside the tourist core, which is a second reading, and a resolution establishing the initial application period for preferred applicants. Ms. Stroud or Mr. Irvin? Both. She'll start off.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Heather Stroud, City Attorney, and I will start us off tonight, and after my piece, I will turn it over to the City Manager. So there are two actions being requested tonight. The first would be to hold the second reading of the ordinance by title only and adopt it. The ordinance is the same that as was on the agenda at our last meeting on June 3rd, and where council voted to hold the first reading. Normally, we would place this on the consent agenda, but given the intense level of interest in this ordinance and also combining it with the resolution to provide the permitting preference, we put it on the unfinished business agenda for tonight. The second item is the resolution to provide the permitting preference per prior VHR and QVHR, that's qualified VHR, permit holders in good standing. The draft resolution that is in your packet would provide an initial 60-day window starting on June 23rd and ending on August 22nd, where we would accept applications in areas where VHRs were prohibited by Measure T only from the categories of qualified applicants, and there are two of those. The first category is VHR permit applicants where they had a VHR permit at the same property that was not renewed in 2021 because of Measure T. And the second category is QVHR permit holders who had a permit at the same property that became void in April 2025 because of the court's ruling in the Measure T lawsuit. For both of those categories, the property would still have to qualify for a VHR permit under the new ordinance as amended, and they would have to be in good standing. And there's a few different qualifications to be in good standing: to not have 3 or more upheld citations within any 24-month period. At the time of non-renewal, the VHR or QVHR permit had not lapsed, expired, been revoked, or suspended. The applicant is not delinquent on their transient occupancy tax. The permit has not been transferred to another person or entity, and there are no unpaid citations on the property at this time. Staff estimates that about 480 owners would qualify for this permitting preference based on property records and sales since 2021. With a 150-foot buffer applied, approximately 325 permits could be issued from this group. The resolution states that no permits will be issued prior to the effective date of the ordinance, which, if adopted today, would be July 17th. And I just wanted to point out that also attached to this item is a VHR inspection checklist so that interested owners can see what will be required to pass an inspection if they want to start getting their ducks in a row. I know staff, especially the police department, is getting a lot of questions about the application process. The inspection form is the same form we used previously, but it's been updated for the new ordinance. And with that, I will pass it over to the city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stroud. And Ms. Stroud just had a great segue for what I wanted to talk about. Obviously, we know we've been getting a lot of calls from interested folks in the community as to what the permitting process will look like, where can they find accurate and current information. I want to remind everybody that we have been updating our Measure T link on the city's website regularly. There's good information there that you can find. And if the city council does adopt the second reading tonight, staff has been working diligently over the last few months to be prepared to start accepting applications at 9 a.m. on Monday, June 23rd. My advice to those potential permit folks that want to submit applications is to ensure you read the entire ordinance in whole, specifically section 3.50.390, subsection B, 1, items A through J. Within there, you will see the required application submittal. It's in the ordinance, it's very clear, but I want to reiterate those items as well as items subsection B, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the question we've been answering a lot. The information's there, and as Ms. Stroud just said, you're going to be in this first come, first served process, and the inspection aspect is included as well, so make sure you do review that inspection sheet. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Robertson really quick to highlight a few things that his department's been working on.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. One of the things I wanted to let everybody know is that prior to this weekend, we will likely have a guideline on how to do the application process. But I wanted to go through, for those of you that are taking notes here in our live studio audience and those reviewing at home, some of the issues that you might find in that application process that you need to know about prior to getting there. These will be identified on the application process, but I just want to let you know about those now. So as you go through the application, one of the spots that you will come up on is the application page. The first page will be about the vacation home rental. The second page will be about the property owner. When you come into that property owner, you're going to need, there's a question down at the bottom that asks for a social security number. We're not asking for the social security number. We're asking that you put all zeros in that category there. You will be given, as you go through the process, you'll be given emails that identify what next steps are. Although we tried to streamline the payment process, there are probably two different periods where you're going to pay. You'll pay for your application, you'll pay for your permit, and then you pay for your inspection fee. And you'll be notified by email on what to do for those. You'll be guided through, on one of the emails, you'll be provided an account number and a PIN number. You'll need that account number and that PIN number to schedule your inspection. So make sure that you write those down or don't lose that email because that account number and PIN number will be unique to that VHR, and you'll need that for your inspections. Inspection portal will be online. Mr. Thomas, did you want to talk about that portal?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Mayor, members of the council, as the city manager said, the application period would begin June 23rd. And at this point, it's anticipated that the field inspections would begin about a little bit more than a week later on July 2nd. That's a Wednesday. So how it would work is, as the chief just mentioned, you would sign in to your, using your PIN number, schedule your inspection. It would be up to the applicant, the VHR owner, the property manager, their representative to sign in and choose the first spot on the calendar that works for them. And at that point, it would lock in their inspection, and then starting July 2nd, the inspectors would start providing that service.
I think, Mayor, with all of that, we just wanted to take a minute and unpack what people have been asking, and if we do get an ordinance, what will be happening early next week and into July. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the council.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Mr. Irvin, if we have our second reading tonight, all this process can start next Monday. However, permits will not be issued until July 17th, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, council, do you have any questions for any of the staff members?
Well, Cross to speak. Mayor.
Please, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, on the first reading, I did object to the buffer. I still object to the buffer because I don't think that the numbers, with no intention on anyone, bad intention, I don't think the numbers reflected what the actual impact would be on the number of permits, and I thought it limited opportunities that might have would be available without a buffer. But I understand from the majority of the council that they saw this as a compromise and a way to move forward with amendments that are important to many community members. So because this is compromise, I am going to support the second reading and adoption with the understanding that from the city manager and our chief that enforcement will be strict and it will be fair. And that we can have a community with VHRs and we can have a community with that's peaceful. And am I in any way, Mr. Irvin, misstating what I understand to be the situation?
I have a clear understanding of what you said, and that's what I've understood you saying the whole time. And me and the chief have an agreement that the rules will be applied evenly and consistently.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Bass?
Yeah. I'm curious, so I know some of the inspection stuff is going to go as outsourced, but we are going to probably be bringing on some CSO staff and some staff in that nature as we move forward into this.
That's the next item.
Okay. Well, then I guess I could wait for that item. It does partly concern this a little bit. So if we were to see the appellate court, for instance, put a stay in place on this, does these contracts and things for the third-party stuff allow us to roll it back if we get in that position, that we have to kind of pause for a minute?
Yes.
Okay.
We've talked about that. Some of the things that, could potentially not be rolled back it's in the next item, but there's some equipment and capital that we have to buy for 4 new CSOs.
Yep.
So some of that would be things that
next item, sorry.
by other CSOs down the road.
Yep, cool. I can wait. No worries.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Any other questions, council?
Yeah.
Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, if, following up on that, if the appellate court issues a stay, presumably, and that happens after, presumably would happen after we have started taking permit applications, one presumes then that we would also have to return the permit fees that are collected with those applications. Is that plausible or likely?
Well, it would depend on whether we've already done the work. The fees are for cost recovery for processing the permits. So the application fee is just to process the permit application. So I wouldn't say we would necessarily have to return those fees.
So there is a real possibility, I just want to walk this through, there is a real possibility that we will receive applications, receive permit fees, do inspections, then receive a stay from the appellate court that would halt the issuance of permits, but we would keep all the money that we gathered from the applications.
We wouldn't be keeping the money we would have already spent.
We would have already, but we would not be returning that money then to the applicant.
I guess I would say it depends on the circumstances and timing and whether, if and when the court issues a stay, which is definitely not a foregone conclusion.
It's not foregone, but it's not implausible either. So it might be wise for the applicants to understand that that is a possibility.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins?
I think it's a possibility if people are acting in good faith in applying based upon actions that we may take tonight, that the city council would consider refunding the fees, whether or not we've invested time in it or not. And I think that ties back to what Councilmember Robbins is alluding to. But that's not a decision tonight. It's a decision that I hope that we don't face later, but it is something later.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, do you have anything?
No questions at this time.
Perfect. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud mentioned that the ordinance has been updated, but really has it been updated? When the first ordinance went into effect, we didn't have the bear-proof trash cans. Now we do, but you're still requiring the $3,000 cans and the $300 installation of those cans. It seems overkill. The other thing is, it's excessive to have these cameras and sound devices in people's neighborhoods. Shouldn't you just hold that off until there's a problem with that particular rental? And then maybe if they want to pursue the rental, then you can require those things, but it seems excessive. I don't know what the cost to open one of these is, but it's got to be probably $15,000 minimum, not to mention any repairs or whatever that has to be done to the structure. Has anybody run the cost on what the fees are for this? No? I didn't think so.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Please come forward.
I'm Tom Todd, live in the Bijou. I want to speak to the QVHRs, of which I'm one. we are the ones that had to give business back. We're the ones who had to cancel cleaning agreements. We're the ones who had to cancel our hot tub people, our landscape people. And we're being given no priority other than lumped in with the 480 from 2021. You've taken bread from our tables. The tourists aren't going to book with us. They already booked in the county or in Nevada because they're not going to wait and see if they can still get a place for this summer. So there's a lot of lost revenue for us. There's lost TOT for you. There's lost payments to local workers. And none of those losses happened to the people who lost their permit in 2021. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public? Ms. Underwood?
Very brief. Mayor Wallace, Lisa Underwood, Tahoe Keys Resort. The issue I want to bring up again has been beat to death in our discussions, and I want to beat it just a little bit more. I want this to be part of the record, and I ask that it be reviewed and discussed again in September when council reconvenes. Our condo owners who were permit holders will be getting their permits back, and we're very grateful for this. But I am, however, still perturbed that this classification of multifamily is being misinterpreted and was not part of the intent nor the direction of previous council. By codifying and reclassifying this now, this council is creating a separate classification in conflict with a legal definition, and it is problematic. And the other thing I wanted to talk about, staff actually touched on, which was the permit process, and we're looking forward to the additional information this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Is there any other member of the public? It's in the emails that they've sent us. I'll forward it to you if you need it.
Hi, I'm Heidi Menenke. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Wallace, City Council members, and staff. Thank you for your continued work on updated vacation rental ordinance. The South Tahoe Association of Realtors appreciates the opportunity to remain a part of this important conversation. As stated in prior comments, as an association, we advocate for the short-term rental activity along with strict rules and robust enforcement by the city. We appreciate the time, discussion, effort for all involved for drafting the proposed ordinance. However, there are a few items we would like you to reconsider. The proposed 150-foot buffer is arbitrary, inequitable, and punitive to some owners while creating windfalls for others. It severely limits opportunities without regard to individual property characteristics, neighborhood patterns, or the behavior of the permit holders, and no consideration is taken for proximity to tourist amenities such as beaches, hiking, biking trails, and Heavenly Ski Resort. The approach has not proven effective in El Dorado County and will create an unfair waiting list. We anticipate there will be a large number of interested owners seeking VHR permits, especially at the initial relaunch of the program. We ask for clarification as to whether or not, you already touched on this, the fees will be refunded if the property is unable to obtain a permit due to buffer or a cap. We also urge the city to reconsider condos and townhomes' ability to obtain VHR permits. Most were planned and built specifically for vacations and are simply not affordable workforce housing solutions or purchased for rentals. Many of these properties are not owned by corporations or investors, which we understand is a fear of the community. Instead, they are owned by local or regional families who could rely on the occasional short-term rental income to offset sustainable costs. It is worth noting that the condos and the townhomes are not affordable alternative in the South Lake Tahoe area. Due to HOA dues, special assessments, insurance costs, and limited rental flexibility, the total cost of ownership in many condo complexes now exceeds that of single-family homes. Consider the Tahoe Keys, where the bulkhead assessment is exceeding $80,000 per unit and the HOA dues are over $1,300 a month. Denying condo owners VHR access exacerbates the affordability gap, further destabilizing these properties. Let the decision regarding the ability to obtain a VHR permit to be established by the individual HOAs. The city should remain out of that decision for them. As the council continues to evaluate the impacts of STRs on housing, we respectfully request the data-driven update in September to include TOT revenue trends by property type and permit type, quality of VHR permits quantity of permit per individual. So if there's only one per individual or 10 per person, total STR permits issued to date and permit turnover, number of prior VHR holders that received permits, and number of properties that applied but were denied permits due to a buffer cap. South Tahoe Association, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Munike. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Please come. Oh, somebody's coming, Mr. Wallace. You're next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff members. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us. My name is Kevin Jordan. This is my son, Sumantak, and our family home is in Highland Woods neighborhood. We are skiers, bikers, paddlers, hikers, swimmers, and more. I meant to speak just on tea and those issues, but I hope that you will stand up to Vail, and I hope that you will work with Vail. We love to ski, but we don't ski there anymore because we can't afford it. But back to the housing issue. So Grandma, my mom, passed at the end of 2021. And for decades, we paid our fees. And we don't mind the fees as long as they're reasonable. But I'm unsure about, this has gotten very complicated, 150 feet. There's a lot of things going on here. But I'm very concerned that our family will lose the spot that we had, the spot that we'd like to get back. And we'd like to, we're willing to pay the fees. We are kind of concerned about the city controlling private property and so forth. We really hope that more litigation does not happen. I had a number of things. One thing I wanted to point out is I really hope, it seems to me like the casinos, we're not gamblers, that long list of things we do doesn't include gambling. And we hope that the casinos are helping with our housing crisis. Income inequality is a huge thing. And so we have 1 foot in the Oakland, Alameda area in the Bay Area, and we have 1 foot in South Lake Tahoe. And we see the housing issues in both of those locations. So we know that it's a huge issue, and we really hope that the casinos are accountable, and Nevada, because it seems to me like the state line just divides that, and the people come up here and they turn them upside down, shake out their pockets, take all their money, and where is the housing for those workers of the casinos? And I don't know how we stand up to them, to Nevada, to do that, or Douglas County, or whoever it is. But we hope to weave our way through this process here, and it seems like it's happening really quick. And we hope that staff will be willing to work with us. And we hope the fact that Grandma passed at well, there's no good time to pass. But it looks like, by the way this is written, that may have been a really bad time for her to pass, if you know what I mean. So I'm not sure if anything can be done about that, but we certainly hope so. What do you say? It's okay? You did it. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Mr. Wallace, you're next. Almost forgot about you.
You said you were going to reduce this time, is what you said, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Our thoughts from the chamber echo the previous two speakers, especially the Board of Realtors, and we sympathize with the property owners. The calls that we're getting are similar to the ones the city manager is getting. People panicked, not understanding this is what we warned against, but we have what we have with the ordinance we have. Our hope is that through the summer, before September, that you'll get some idea of the amount, how the enforcement will work, and the city police will be able to show that their enforcement worked, and a release of the buffers will be a possibility. We think, I remember in 1989, I know I'm that old, we worked on the TRPA moratorium. And you might be prepared, Mr. Irvin, because we had people camping at the library waiting for their permit. And as a restaurant owner at the time, I brought food out every night to all the people camping with snow berms all around them, because their economic future depended on whether they could get a permit. So I'm just hoping that we clear up what I see as unnecessary confusion with the ordinance. Simple, consistent, predictable, and fair. I guess we'll just have to wait till the fall to see if that happens. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Mr. Mosier?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Good evening. Yeah, I would like to hear, from the city attorney, if you can comment at all about, understand a couple of days ago, the city might have gotten a bill for $1,289,000 or so from Andrew Pierce, who lawyer representing the South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group, billing for legal services. So I'd like to know if you can answer to that. Also, with the accepting applications, if property managers or agents can drop off a bundle of applications, in one drop, or if the owners have to apply personally or online. Also, I feel that no action, what Mr. Robbins mentioned, no action should be taken until the appeal is heard. I think this demonstrates the arrogance and in some ways incompetence of council. As long as that's out there and possibility, could end up spending a lot of money for naught. I really think that you really shouldn't be doing this. But since you are, should, as far as be permits for definition of dwelling, you really should include detached duplexes, should be banned, or triplexes or quadplexes, anything on the same parcel, even if don't share a roof or a wall or a ceiling. This is part of, this affects the rental housing stock and really affected housing here in the basin, not only just by having the vacation rentals, but also what you allow to rent. Should go back to as it first proposed in 2003, and the original ordinance was single family only. About having property managers, this is not required of landlords that are out of town, of local tenants. They can live halfway across the country or so and can have problem tenants, and please show up if somebody complains about something or something occurs, and they don't have to be there in an hour to do anything. It's between the tenant and the police department or CSO, whoever is doing the enforcement. You have the Jeffrey Hotel down on Pine Boulevard. If you look online, they call themselves Elite Contactless Hotels. And I got a return call from today, and they have no manager on site, 19 or 20 rooms and no manager on site. They don't have, anybody showing up if there's a complaint. I think they call their maid. I think they use their maid as somewhat of a manager who has to show up in an emergency or something. But anyway, that's that. One quick thing here. The one bedroom, if you rent one bedroom for two people and five kids can show up, this is for tournaments. You're basically doing this for and stuff, and that's kind of absurd. Nobody wants that next door to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Wallace. Eric Lentz. 3.50.440 conditions of operation. It states all vacation home rental property shall be operated, maintained, and managed on a day-to-day basis in compliance with the following operational conditions, irrespective of whether they're being used as a vacation home rental at a given time. I don't see anywhere in the ordinance where a homeowner who lives here who wants to rent their home 60 days non-consecutive throughout the year would be exempt from some of the rules in the ordinance. And I'm not talking about hosted rentals or QVHRs, which are gone, or rentals in the tourist core. I'm talking about homes that, whether you're a second homeowner or a primary homeowner and you want to get a VHR permit and you want to travel, you want to rent your home out to help pay the mortgage. What if I have Thanksgiving at my house and I have 20 relatives over? Is it an implied exemption, or is a homeowner somehow exempt from this ordinance? That's the question. I don't see, of course I could be missing it, but if someone could shed some light in your discussion, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lentz. Any other member of the public? Please come up.
Hello,
My name is Emily Heacock. Thank you for discussing this issue, and I think it's really important work that you're doing, and I appreciate all of your time. There's one component that I think some people have touched upon with the buffer, and I think that all of our intention is to create a community in harmony in this with this difficult issue. And I worry that the 150-foot buffer could then put neighbors against each other. There's, at least in my lifetime, there have been numerous occasions where I have heard of or had family members who have issues with their neighbors. And when you put a financial component in addition to that, people can get really nasty and do really horrible things. And I've seen really, really horrible physical harm. In one case, a murder happened. And I feel like this maybe is not being considered, that you're putting somebody's financial, security on the line, which would make them feel vulnerable, angry, and it may not be their neighbor's fault directly, but they're the closest person there. And if you're a volatile individual, you're feeling financial scarcity, that is one component that could really cause you to act irrationally and do bad things. And so I really hope that you guys consider that component. I know you're putting a lot of time and effort and really being thoughtful, so I appreciate all that, but that's the one thing that came up to me, mainly because I have a history of knowing the bad things happening in that regard. So in the name of harmony, I feel like that should be something that is reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other member of the public? Oh, Mr. Fry.
Dear council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you move forward with reinstating a VHR program, I have a few requests. Please allow the entire preferred group to apply during the priority window, and at a minimum, create a priority wait list for those who may be rejected by buffering and let them in ASAP. Please ensure the application process is fully transparent and clearly explained up front. Owners should also have considerable flexibility to schedule and pass an inspection given the short notice to prepare. Please clarify that the application fee, not the permit fee, is forfeited, if anything, if a stay is granted or the application rejected. I think the fees are intended to support and run the whole program and enforcement. Some of them are $4,000 almost, so hope owners would not lose that if their permit's rejected. In September, please update us on the program, including how many in the preferred group renewed, how many were blocked, and data from a comprehensive complaint tracking system that should be in place from the get-go. We appreciate council's comments to revisit and correct portions of this ordinance in the fall, and ask for that process to begin ASAP as early as tonight with a new motion preparing staff for a reading in September. Amendments that we would like to see are classifying commercial, recreational, and transit zones to have the same rules and regulations as the tourist core, keeping residential classified on its own, eliminating buffering and ensure all preferred group homeowners are given a chance to apply, introduce a simple cap of 1,200 permits, classify condos so they are not part of multifamily restrictions as historically intended, create family-friendly rules that are required in advertising, guest agreements, and signage. Consider a minimum age to rent of 25. Remove face-to-face check-in. One immediate request that I have as a final comment as this program gets going, I feel like long-term renters should be exempt from the VHR ordinance. Otherwise, landlords may end such leases to avoid risks of occupancy or parking violations from tenants for things like a barbecue or a holiday party. We have members of our group who do not want to terminate their long-term tenants, but they don't want to get a violation because they're having friends over for a football game. I don't think we want to put such landlords in that position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Mr. Teixeira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber, and welcome, Chief Robertson. I'm not sure they studied this in police academy, but here we go. All right, so we're a business organization and we have participated in many of the meetings of the VHR advisory group. We understand the positions that Mr. Fry and others have advanced to you this evening. We believe that there are some fixes to this ordinance that are going to be required, hopefully in the fall. We understand why you're thinking about passing the ordinance before you tonight. So we're happy to continue to participate in the discussions that lead to input for you. And we do appreciate very much the work that staff has done to date to prepare for launching the ordinance here very soon. But I do hope that you will consider new changes to the ordinance in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Anyone else? Going once? Okay, move to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 10. We did receive written public comment from Betancourt, Travella, DeVale, Fry, Greenlee, Coletta, Lavoie, Leonard, and Smith. And first up, we have Matt Pagan.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. One moment here. Over the past few meetings, I have heard the vast majority of individuals speaking at these meetings express their concerns and oppositions to many of these recommendations and the changes to the VHR ordinance. I have heard all but one or two speakers express their opposition to an in-person or video check-in, yet that recommendation is still in place. I ask to you, where is the data or research that shows that this may make any difference or reduction in violations? I have heard the overwhelming majority in these meetings over the last few weeks, including property managers themselves, oppose being forced to use a property manager. Yet that is still on the ordinance, still up for vote. I myself and others have expressed displeasure with the very high fee and citation cost, especially after years of lost revenue to homeowners like myself who had put so much into our homes and investments. In any case, a range of up to $5,000 for a possible noise or garbage violation is an amount that could likely put, many of us in the room, many of you in the room in a financial distress. How does this council, my question is, how does this council justify these amounts? Furthermore, how does this council justify requiring stricter garbage requirements for the long-term rental next to me, who may have their trash out in the street, but without having any implications, excuse me. Also, how is it that another renter or homeowner can park on the street, but if I or my family am occupying my own home, we cannot? My ask is just to please make it make sense. Not every vacation home rental is part of an investment portfolio. Many, like myself, rent our homes to assist with monthly expenses, and we rent to reliable, law-abiding, and good-intended people who want to do the right thing, and they are also stimulating the local economy. In this room, I have heard concerns of being forced to having noise sensors and video recording on our properties, yet I have heard nobody in favor of it, yet it is still on the proposed changes. So my question to the council is, if the overwhelming majority of homeowners, taxpayers, and local citizens in these meetings are expressing their concerns over these matters, while only a few have expressed support, then why does the council feel these items are necessary to be able to effectively operate a VHR? Why such an aggressive VHR ordinance? It was also stated that enforcement was an issue prior to Measure T. So why is it that the city attorney feels that these restrictions and limitations being proposed are the answer? Where is the support for withholding applications so that these changes can be made when there is little evidence to show that the previous ordinance was insufficient? I have also heard a council member in these meetings gawk at the idea that somehow the individuals like myself speaking in these rooms have never had a citation. My answer to that is, couldn't that just be because the overwhelming majority of permit holders are very capable of renting their homes responsibly? One last point I'd like to make is that the home rental platforms...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Adam.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Adam Dion. I'm an owner and the HOA vice president at Sierra Shores, located next to the beach retreat. The condos that owners at Sierra Shores with VHR permits annually bring in over $200,000 of taxes to South Lake Tahoe. These condos were originally developed specifically as tourist accommodations, and tourist accommodation units, TAUs, were purchased and required to develop the property. Measure T specifically excluded Sierra Shores from restrictions due to the commercial zoning. Yet the proposed language in the new amendment currently doesn't clearly identify Sierra Shores as a property that meets all the criteria. Specifically, I asked that language be added to call out properties that are zoned commercial or have TAUs be considered part of the tourist core zone, or called out as not having any restrictions when obtaining these VHR permits. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Stu Roberson. Stu Roberson? Mr. Roberson, we can't hear you. You need to unmute your phone.
This is Adam. I don't know if you still have me.
No, thank you. Mr. Roberson? Okay, we're going to skip you for now. I'll come back to you at the end. Next up, we have Paula's iPad.
Hello. Thank you, Council, for all the work that you've done on this issue. I just had a couple questions. One is I'm hoping that the police chief would repeat the number of the ordinance he's asking people to pay particular attention to, because there were a lot of numbers, difficult to write down all at once. I'm also thinking that there are many people that would prefer not to camp out overnight. Will there be opportunity to do this application online? And would the people that do it online be given the same, place in the queue as those that are in person? Third question is on priority. Will the QVHR and those of 2018 be able to apply at the same time, or one of that subset gets to apply before the other? And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Ed Cuddy.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First off, for what it's worth, thank you, Council, for all the hard work. I've been monitoring this for the past several months, and you've made a lot of progress. And as you can see by all the input, it's pretty intense. I have a question that's going to probably lead to an opening of a topic, and that is, will there be a list, just a simple list? I am a homeowner of a house that I would like to rent out to help my income here. Will there be a simple checkoff list that says you need to have the following before you even apply, such as a bear box, such as signage, such as the cameras? Because as I've monitored this, I might be missing something. I'm not the greatest computer user, I guess, but I haven't found anything on the website that says, look, here's your checkoff list. This is what you need to have. Don't waste your money if you don't have it, to be quite frank, and don't waste our time by applying if you don't have at least this. And secondly to that, if there's like a future, people are talking about September, will there be a list of, hey, this is what it's going to take for you to apply and have a chance at a permit starting next Monday, the 23rd, but there could be this thing. Does this make sense? So just kind of asking, will there be a simple checkoff list of what I need to do to my property? Because quite frankly, I don't have a bear box, but I'm not going to be able to get a bear box by next Monday. So I want to plan to see if I even have a chance to get my home in shape to qualify to pay this $500 fee to have an application. So will that be out there, a simple list like that?
Council can't respond to you, Mr. Cuddy, so just continue with your comments.
And then the other comment is, if we don't, let's say I mess something up, right? And inspection comes and I miss something. I'm human. Can there be okay, you're missing this, your application is pending, you've got 1 week to fix it before we can say yes or no. So a bit of a grace period, because again, some of us will have to go out there and get contractors for some of these things, and they're pretty busy building homes right now. So that's the only comment I had as a request and a comment to make it very simple, very clear on the website. Here is your list. Go through this, because to the other person's point earlier, some of this stuff could be very expensive, and I seriously may not be able to afford to apply. That's all. Thank you
All right,
very much.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Mr. Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. At the last meeting, I was surprised when Mr. Robbins called me out by name and he read 2 sentences from an email that I'd sent to council. I was shocked when he turned the intention and the subject of my email 180 degrees around and used it as an attack. I think this type of deliberate distortion and personal attack should have no place in these proceedings. He quoted from my email, quote, "I, like others, was forced to long-term lease a couple of properties in order to hold on to them while Measure T was litigated. I'm excited to get my permits returned and get back to vacation renting." You stopped reading then and you said, "So literally, this guy's emailing me and he's explaining his eagerness to evict or terminate his leases to get back to Airbnb." The actual email has been submitted and it literally continues, "But I was planning on letting my leases run their course, not give 60-day notice right away. But if I get a permit now, then my tenants will have to comply to the vacation rental rules and they will be in violation." The whole topic of this email was how this clause that a few people have mentioned, where the vacation rental rules apply to everyone all the time, would negatively affect current long-term tenants and the housing supply more generally. Permanent residents, like my family and our home, and long-term tenants in others will be subject to huge vacation rental fines for totally reasonable behaviors like having 4 cars parked or 7 adults on site. Most VHRs serve dual purposes. They are people's second homes and full-time rentals or residences for part of the year. If you take that use away with this clause, you will unnecessarily further reduce the housing supply. So, completely opposite to your assertion that I'm eager to evict, I was asking for your help to not have locals fined or displaced and to reduce pressure on the housing supply. I've continued to reach out to you and I've yet to hear back. So to all council and staff, please immediately find a way to protect at least long-term tenants from the vacation rules as this program is rolled out. I don't want to see you giving massive fines to locals in their permanent residences. It just doesn't make any sense. Moving forward to September, please clarify the police's exact concerns and the situations that led to this clause being included in the first place, and find less disruptful ways to meet those enforcement goals. More generally, thanks for all the work so far, and please move as quickly as possible to make a couple of corrections. Please allow all priority loan owners on all property types to get their permits back. It's as easy as the sentence you added to give this privilege to condos, and it's only fair. The buffer really has to go. It's complicated, unfair, unpredictable, and most importantly, will encourage a migration of vacation rentals out of good vacation neighborhoods and homes and into more affordable local areas. This is not something that anyone wants.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Your time is up.
Thanks so much.
All right, next up, we have Lauren. Lauren?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Council. We appreciate your efforts and the willingness to listen to feedback from those working directly in the VHR industry. It's clear that you've taken many perspectives into account, and we value your openness in that process. The City Council should move to classify commercial, recreational, and transit zones under the Tourist Core Area Plan, thereby distinguishing residential areas as a separate category. The separation reflects the differing purposes and community impacts of each zone and aligns policy with the city's historical land use intentions. By applying TCAP rules only where appropriate, the city can better preserve neighborhood integrity while supporting tourism-driven economic activity. Additionally, the council must clarify the definition of multifamily dwellings to align with standard real estate and civic terminology, particularly recognizing condominiums as distinct and legitimate housing types. This clarity would ensure that existing condos can be permitted or renewed, as the city has historically allowed, providing regulatory certainty to property owners, developers, and investors. Also, looking ahead to the reassessment in September, I'd also like to ask what specific data sources and analysis does the council plan to use in that process? Transparency around this would go a long way in building public trust and ensuring that future policy decisions are both fair and well-informed. There also appears to be an inefficiency in how permit availability is handled when multiple neighbors apply. Under the current buffer structure, if one property is awarded a permit and then forfeits or sells it shortly after, the neighboring applicant who may have been denied solely due to proximity must start over, reapply, and pay another non-refundable application fee. This cycle is both costly and inequitable. A waitlist system, which has been redlined, could solve this issue, providing transparency and ensuring that qualified applicants are not repeatedly penalized due to timing or chance. Without addressing these issues, the permitting process could become increasingly frustrating for everyone, potentially leading to reduced compliance, lost revenue for the city, and further strain on staff resources. We urge the council to consider more streamlined, equitable, and resilient systems to ensure long-term success. Thank you very much, and if Stu Roberson is on the phone, I would yield back to him.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay, next up, we have an iPhone with the last four digits 8826.
Hi, this is Robin Hockey. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Just have a couple questions and then a final comment. So regarding the costs, hasn't been made really clear how much the application is going to be, how much for the permit, how much inspectors are going to cost. So that would be nice if we could clarify that on the website. Also, is unclear to me whether the homeowner who's holding the permit is allowed to block personal timeout for family get-togethers of their own family. And my final comment is that I have a hosted rental permit for the last year. It's been going extremely well. I attract families. I check everybody in, meet them. I have never had any issues. And the neighbors across the street do a long-term rental to a bunch of kids. I think there's only supposed to be 4 because I talked to the owner. That is more of an issue that I don't think anybody is really paying attention to. We have, from that rental across the street, long-term rental, kids in and out. We've counted like 9, 10 kids that live there. And we have cars up and down the road working on their cars in the street, parking in front of everybody else's houses, partying until 2, 3 a.m., and nobody is holding them accountable. So I think, you need to look at both options. Those of us that are, I also manage a couple other properties, and we attract families. We have never had an issue. I think the issue needs to be both ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Dory.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Dory.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Wallace and council members. My name is Dory Irwin. I'm a South Lake Tahoe homeowner and a licensed realtor in California. Today, I want to focus on one word, intent. Intent is the purpose or objective behind an action or decision, the state of mind with which an act is done. In legal and real estate contexts, intent refers to the reasoning or motivation behind a person's actions. Intent matters when it comes to zoning. Buyers in mixed use or commercial zones purchased with the clear expectation based on city rules that short-term rentals were allowed. Their intent is entirely different from someone buying in a residential area for personal use, and the two should not be treated the same under these circumstances. Zoning exists to separate different uses for a reason. Applying residential restrictions to commercial or mixed-use properties ignores both the purpose of zoning and the rightful expectations of those property owners. It is inconsistent for the city to allow a wide range of commercial activities such as salons, restaurants, preschools in mixed-use or commercial zones, yet prohibit vacation rentals in those same areas. These South Lake Tahoe property owners purchased with the clear understanding that short-term rentals were allowed, singling out short-term rentals feels arbitrary and potentially discriminatory. Intent matters. I purchased my property with the understanding that short-term rentals were allowed in this specific zone. Today, at the second reading of the ordinance, I urge you to add an amendment that states the buffer zone will be removed and mixed use and commercial zoning will not be lumped into residential zoning rules, as homeowners who purchased in these zones have a different intent than those who purchased in residential. I ask you to preserve short-term rental rights in commercial and mixed-use zones and avoid setting a harmful precedent that undermines the integrity of zoning laws and property rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Next up, we have Heidi Sanborn.
Good evening, Council. This is Heidi Sanborn. Again, my husband and I own a home across from the community college. It's our second home. We love Tahoe, and we've done everything we can to improve the home, including the fire, the bear box, and all the things we've told you about. And this is, you know, we're not rich people. We rented the house to lovely people who took care of Tahoe and loved it, and we never had a single problem. And we just want to say we really hope we can get the permit back. We've lost, my husband did do the calculation. It wasn't just $100,000, it was $150,000. For us, that's a lot. That's part of our retirement. So we'd really like to get that permit back so we can continue to rent to these wonderful families that we've not been able to rent to for years. We have a couple of questions and things we want to bring up. One is I've heard a council member bring up multiple times how they're so surprised that people that come to these meetings are just all these wonderful people, and we're all the bad people that are renting. And I can tell you, the people that are not doing it right are not going to show up. They're the bad actors. Those of us that show up are the good actors. We're the ones that are trying to do it right. That's why you're hearing from us. So anyway, I just wanted to get that on the record. And that those of us that want to do it right, you know, I don't understand some of these rules and making people like us that have never needed a manager because we've never had a problem, we've never had a violation, we've never paid late, and making us pay these huge fees when some of these companies are the reason that other people had problems. Why? Why put us through this? Why make us pay this after we've lost so much money? So I'd love that to be reconsidered. If somebody's had a problem, then either take their permit or, you know, then maybe ratchet up and make them get a property manager. But if we're managing our property by ourselves and doing well, there's no problem. Don't fix what isn't broken, or break what isn't broken. The decibel meter inside the house makes absolutely no sense to me. The people that complain are because the sound is experienced outside the home. If I dance around all night in my house and I've put up soundproof walls, who cares? It's outside the house. And it makes me a little nervous to put things inside the house that, you know, hear things. Because technology is squirrely. So anyway, that's just a comment. And the 150-foot boundaries is crazy. If our neighbor gets a permit before us, we're blocked. And that neighbor might have had a violation, might have paid it. We never had any violations. But if they get in line first somehow, we're out. And that's a huge financial hit to us. And again, we love the city.
Thank you, Ms. Sanborn. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Stu.
Council members and staff, please discuss the following items during your deliberations. Ideally, minor changes can be made without delaying the approval of the second reading. In the resolution defining the preferred permit holders and essentially the V8 to the qualified permit holders, add a stipulation that they will not be held to the 150-foot buffer requirement. Confirm that the $548 application fee is non-refundable, even if the application is rejected due to the buffer. Does this violate the city's rule against exceeding the actual cost of processing and promptly rejecting an application? $548 is a lot for touching paper a couple of times. There is no longer a wait list for applicants that can't get a permit. please create a wait list for the preferred applicants. Wait lists have been used by the city in the past and are currently in place in the county. They work and they're not hard to do. To encourage long-term rentals and to avoid displacement of long-term renters, please pass a resolution that tenants staying in a home 30 nights or longer are not subject to the VHR ordinance. Great transparency for tracking this ordinance. Track preferred applicants that submitted applications and if they were accepted or rejected and why. Once the program rolls out, produce daily reports available to the public to view on the city website, including complaint details, the response time, the address, and the resolution of the complaint, including if a citation was issued, why and why not. By the way, that was already being done in the old ordinance very well. Report on the above at the first September council meeting and quarterly thereafter. And please support earmarking of TOT for roads, workforce housing, and transportation. Now, other suggestions that I'd like you to discuss may actually delay the approval of the current ordinance. So hopefully you can get those rolled out as rapidly as possible, including discussing a new motion tonight. Classify commercial, recreational, and transit zones to have the same rules and regulations as the tourist core. Allow permit holders in good standing in 2021 to apply and be approved for a permit regardless of a buffer, including the roughly 10 multifamily permits remaining in 2021. Someone mentioned that multifamily homes shouldn't be allowed. Well, they're not. There was some that were grandfathered, and that includes about 10 that remain. Classify condominiums so they are not part of the multifamily restrictions, allowing them to receive new VHR permits. Eliminate the buffer and set a cap at 1,200. Remove face-to-face check-in and establish a 25-year age requirement to rent a VHR. Finally, family-friendly rules. Create rules that are required in the standard rules for all advertising, agreements, and interior signage. Thank you for your time and all the work you've put into this.
Thank you. There are no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. So before we go to council, I'm going to attempt to get some of these questions answered. The first thing I'll say, though, is that it's really important to acknowledge that we don't legislate for the good guys, we legislate for the bad guys. And it would be better if we could do it for the good guys, because then there wouldn't be a lot of rules, but we have to legislate for the bad guys. So some of the good guys get caught up in that. So I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna address the last caller first. Any changes to the ordinance that we make tonight, other than inconsequential, like minor for like periods and commas and like a misspelled word, anything beyond that would require a new first reading and would push this out quite a bit. So we can't make changes to this ordinance without pushing it out further for another first and then second reading and a 30-day waiting period. Mr. Irvin, one of the callers talked about having like a checklist. Will we be providing something like that to streamline the process?
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, I'll address that first and then the next question that came up, if that's okay. So the packet, the agenda materials have a vacation home rental inspector's checklist. Mm-hmm. It's in the packet. This one is not on the website yet, other than being posted as part of this packet. If this ordinance passes a second reading, this will be on the Measure T website for people to see and familiarize themselves as to what they need to have done. And the second question was, a caller promoted me to police chief, and I'll go slower here if I may. The section 3.50.390, again, 3.50.390. This is vacation home rental application procedures. Mm-hmm. Read that whole section. Read the whole ordinance if you're contemplating getting in the permit, but that section talks about the application process.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you.
Ms. Stroud, there was a comment about bear boxes versus the bear proof cans. We are not requiring bear boxes. We are requiring the bear-resistant cans, and when they are available, the bear-resistant recyclable cans as well.
That's correct. The prior ordinance 1114 did require bear boxes. Since then, we have updated our trash regulations based on changes in state law requiring the 3-cart system that we now have, and we have the bear-resistant or animal-resistant carts for trash, and soon we will also have them available for recycling. So
Thank
people can comply if they have a VHR, buy one or the other.
Thank you. With regards to the sound monitors and the cameras on parking, the reason we required them on the inside, not on the outside, is because they would pick up all the exterior noise, wind, a car backfiring, things like that. So inside, and that's all I'll say about that. And again, cameras on the parking and trash. Between sound and camera, parking and trash, those were the 3 major complaints that we've always had. So we were trying to deal with those 3 major complaints. I am very sorry, sir, that you lost your QVHR permit, but the city did not take that away from you. The courts did. And we have included the QVHR permit holders in the list of preferred. They are not second to the people from 2021. They are in the same group with the people from 2021. Chief Robertson, rules for all. Can you please address why that came about and your take on that situation, please?
It's very difficult to have effective enforcement when there are nuanced carve-outs in a legislative piece like this would be. You have to have consistent, clear expectations for both the VHR holder, the enforcer, and ultimately the spectators are going to hold us all accountable for it.
Thank you. That's why we did rules for all, whether it was the homeowner, a VHR renter, or a long-term tenant, because the police department has a difficult time when they go out there and people, again, we don't legislate for the good guys, we legislate for the bad guys, and people do say, I'm the owner, or I'm the cousin, or, okay, thank you. Ms. Stroud, on property management, I thought that we took out that it didn't have to be a professional property manager, it just had to be a property manager. It could be the owner.
Correct. That has always been the case in these amendments as they've morphed. The property manager is responsible for complying with the ordinance and, making sure that the rules are complied with. The property manager doesn't have to be a professional property manager. The owner can serve that purpose as long as they are available and willing to do everything that's required to be in compliance.
Thank you. We do not want people camping out at the police department, so we are having online applications. So, but they will be time-stamped, is my understanding, as they come in. And they will be dealt with as completed applications. That's when people are buffered out, correct?
There will be an alert that comes up when somebody has either applied or completed their application, and there's going to be a GIS map available, but it will be coded differently for people who've applied, people who've completed their application, so those that are around them will know effectively where they stand. And there will be a notification on the top page, I think, of the application that says that somebody in your area has already applied, proceed at your own risk.
That's very good. Thank you, Chief. With regards to the September 9th meeting, you can see on our tonight's agenda, in our agenda planning calendar, that we have this already scheduled to be on our September 9th meeting, and some of the things that we talked about having in that meeting, we're discussing the buffers, discussing the issue with condos, the zoning, meaning that we, at least in my opinion, we should separate residential from everything else as opposed to separating the tourist core from everything else, because it seems more appropriate. And like the minimum age of 25 to rent, there's a multitude of things. And we will be bringing back, staff will be bringing back a lot of the information that you guys are asking for in data. However, I will just say, if we start doing 150 per month between now and September 9th, you're probably only going to have about 300 approximately. And so the data will be preliminary. Okay, Did anybody else capture a question that I didn't
I guess
address
the
right
only
there?
other one is some clarity on the commercial zones and the recreational
That's
zones.
sort of the zoning thing,
Yeah, the
yeah.
zone, is that, because I was a little unclear. I know in Measure T, they're not part of Measure T. How did we move forward with that in the current ordinance?
So the ordinance prior to Measure T 1114 did not separate out commercial for different treatment than residential. It was tourist core and non-tourist core, and those were the classifications. Measure T did treat that differently, but Measure T is no longer in place. So when we went to revise it, it's back to the tourist core versus outside the tourist core classification. If council wants to change that down the road, you certainly can do that, but that's just not how this ordinance was set up, and we hadn't talked about making any changes to that.
Yeah, that's why it needs to come back in September.
Yeah, just wanted clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to council. Mr. Robbins.
We only rent to good law-abiding people. We've never had a problem with noise. I've never had a violation in the 10 years that I've been renting VHRs. Don't fix what isn't broke. Let's just go back to the old rules. The old rules were working over and over and over again. The old rules worked so well that a majority of this community voted to ban VHRs despite a $500,000 anti-T campaign that was run for almost a year. The majority of the public voted to ban VHRs entirely from residential neighborhoods. And nonetheless, once that was overturned on a technicality by the courts, like it or not, this city council turned around and said that the majority of the people can pound sand. We're going to ignore what the majority of the people want, and we're going to bring VHRs back. But the real estate industry and the VHR industry that comes to these meetings over and over again seems to completely ignore the reality of how we got here. Everybody who shows up explains that they never had a problem and that they ran perfect VHRs. Well, is it the position of the Chamber of Commerce and the Realtors Association and the Tahoe Keys Resort Association and everyone else that the over 3,000 people, the majority people who voted for Measure T, had the wool pulled over their eyes, that they were bamboozled, that the VHRs were never a problem in the neighborhoods? I see nods. That thousands of people, a majority of the public, were deceived by a handful of locals despite $500,000 spent in campaigning against them. It's an absurdity. VHRs were a problem in our community for a very long time. The trash, the parking, the noise, the parties. The fact that just this last weekend we had a huge wedding party at one of these VHRs that disturbed the neighbors left and right, that made news. We're still dealing with these problems. Why do we need a 150-foot buffer? We need more than a 150-foot buffer. Why is there a 150-foot buffer? Because in all the years that the city has permitted VHRs, not once ever has the city demonstrated that it can enforce VHR rules. That has never, ever, ever been demonstrated, right? We've never seen the city do that. Prior to Measure T, the city actively ignored problems. They gave instructions to the police at that time to dismiss and to ignore VHR rules and to give the benefit of the doubt left, right, and center. We've never seen the city properly enforce VHR rules, and there is no reason now to believe that it can be done until it actually has been done. We had, in this meeting alone, we had 2 public commenters, one on the phone, one in person, explain how they are going to convert their long-term rentals into VHRs, right? Mr. Smith, I think it was, Duggan Smith, saying I mischaracterized his email to the city council, which is absurd. He's explaining that if the noise ordinance goes the way it is in the current ordinance, I'll have to evict my tenants in 60 days. But if you take that out, don't worry, I'll only terminate them at the end of their lease and get rid of them then. So it's a question of evict them now or evict them later. But we have now heard from multiple people at this meeting alone that this measure that we're about to pass will terminate long-term leases. The people in this audience who find these parameters for operating VHRs onerous or expensive or annoying, may I suggest long-term renting? May I suggest renting these houses to the people who actually live here and make the economy work? But that's because we give the alternative of it being a VHR for tourists. And yes, Bay Area tech bros have more money than the people who live and work in our local economy, right? We have heard from 2 people who are currently long-term renting in this meeting alone who are eager to switch those units back to VHRs. You're telling me that they can't afford it? They have renters now that they're looking to get rid of and send their homes back. Their only concern is that if they get a permit now, they may have to evict them now rather than later. That's what we're doing. To some of the earlier questions about condos, right? A condominium is not a single-family home. Right? An attached condominium is not a single-family home. It is an apartment. The fact that they're considered single-family homes is a legal lie. If you have neighbors that you share a wall with to your left, to your right, above you, below you, in a building, that is a multi-family structure. The fact that it is a legal fiction that makes that a single-family home does not matter for the neighbors who have to deal with Airbnb party noise. Right? For all those purposes that matter in this ordinance, that is a multifamily structure. The fact that there's a legal fiction around it being a type of single-family home for financing purposes is nonsense, especially in this context. Furthermore, there is every plausible likelihood. I don't know if it's a majority likelihood. I don't know what the odds are. But there is a plausible likelihood that the appellate court will issue a stay on VHR permits. That may not come until the top of July, right? At which point we will have accepted at least 150 permits of people paying thousands and thousands, people paying thousands of dollars each. When we start doing those inspections, when we start processing those permits, and we start spending that money, and then the court says that they're putting a stay on the issuance of those permits, are we going to turn around and take general funds money and then refund that to the permit applicants? Because I think they'll have a strong case to make that that's only fair. But that's irresponsible of us to be issuing these permits until there's clear direction from the court as to whether or not those permits that we are going to take applications for will be honored, especially if we have to turn around and take general taxpayer money and use that to refund Airbnb applicants. I don't think we should be doing that. I think the people who are applying should know that there's a risk. So take this as a warning that there is a risk that the permits may not be issued. I don't know what the probabilities are. I don't know what the odds are. But I know that a request for a stay will almost certainly be requested from the appellate court, and it may or may not be issued, which means that there is no guarantee of getting that permit money back if it has already been, especially if it's already been spent. So don't fix what isn't broken. The old ordinance was broken, and we're replacing it with something that's equally broken. We're replacing it with something that's less bad, right? But it's not a good. We have people that are going to lose their homes. We have residents, long-term renters in this community, they're going to lose their housing. We have neighbors that are going to be impacted by a commercial activity in residential neighborhoods. A hotel is not a type of housing. Hotels are not homes. Rentals are homes. Homes are homes. A hotel is not a home. We had extensive debate back and forth back when we were talking about whether or not it's an appropriate use of a house to make soup and then deliver that to other people, right? Because that was a commercial use of a house, and that's not an appropriate thing to do in a housing situation. But having a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day a week, 365-day a year Airbnb with tourists coming and going at all hours of the night continuously throughout the year, that's a commercial use. And we seem to think that that's somehow a property rights issue. It's a zoning issue. Homes are for neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to say that how much I appreciate all those that have commented tonight. They've been very constructive in their comments. They've given us appreciation for the efforts that we've put into this, which has been a lot. We've been faced with a lot of challenges. And on that note, there's a lot of new challenges that came up this week and the last 2 weeks from emails, comments made tonight. I think some of the things about the homeowners versus the VHR, the long-term, some of the things that Mr. Robbins brought up, there's a lot to be considered. And I think that is exactly, well, first I want to go back to people that asked why we have all these ordinances in there, the people that claim they've never had any problems and whatnot. Well, a lot of these ordinances were brought forward by those people that claim they didn't have any problems. The 24-hour check-in and the in-person check-in, the noise warnings, the cameras and whatnot. They're the ones that brought those forward, and they were saying that's what they did, and that's why they didn't have any complaints. So again, we have to, these are best practices, and we have to implement those for the people that don't step forward and don't do it properly. Unfortunately, we always got to legislate for the bad people. I also think we need to consider some of these enforcements for the local residents as well, the people, the long-term tenants that are worse than the VHR tenants. I think that's something the council needs to look at going forward as well. But I think the fact that there's so many new concerns and legitimate concerns and things we need to discuss going forward is exactly why we need to go to the second reading on this and approve it tonight, because when will it end? I do implore my fellow colleagues that we keep this forefront going forward for the next long period of time, that we keep looking at what's happening and continue to be open to making changes, to continue to make this. I know government has a tendency to pass something and then just ignore it. I hope this council will not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bass.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we've done a lot of work over the last really 90 days on this, and I think that, for me, it really is about finding the middle ground. I think that you have to recognize that we weren't there in the past, and I think that we're on a good start to that, and I think really what we can find out, if we can go to second reading in this, start to issue permits. When we come back in September, to me, it's really about, okay, what data points do we have at that point to really start making more informed decisions to then open the ordinance back up? But I think we also have to realize by that point, we're only going to be, as the mayor said, to 300 permits at $150 a month. And really, even after we get into, October, November, we're at 450 to maybe 600 because of the $150 a month. And so I think as we're going through this, it's not like we come back in September and just immediately open the ordinance to amend it. It's, okay, here's what we're finding out, here's where we're finding issues, and here's what we need to start looking at making changes. But if we I think there shouldn't be an expectation that just we come back and we're back to opening up an ordinance right away, because I think, as you guys have just seen, this is about a 90-day process to open up and amend the ordinance. So when we do it again, we really want to be doing all that we can do when we do open it back up. And I think that is going to, the expectation should know that that's going to take a little bit more time. I think that, again, it's very difficult for people to understand, why do we need a 150-foot buffer? And as somebody said in the public comments, you could be creating a situation that is pitting neighbor against neighbor. But you can say that same thing about somebody that is a long-term owner of a property that all of a sudden, because we don't put a buffer in, has 5 vacation rentals surrounding them. The exact same situation applies for that neighbor being pitted against his other property owners. And so there is a responsibility for us to try to find a middle ground there. And that is the idea of not allowing just concentrated overnight rentals in a place where the primary use is for a resident to live. And when you buy a property in a residential zone, you don't buy it with the expectation of income. The appraised value of the property is not based on income as it is when you buy in a commercial zone, or you buy a property that does come with a property right of something like an overnight rental. That property is then appraised on the value of its income. That is not the case in a residential zone. You buy the property with only the expectation of the primary use to be for somebody as a resident of the town to live. So us allowing this is actually the secondary use of that zone, and that is why it's not a vested property right, and it does not come with the property right. It also is why it does allow us lawfully, if we chose that this was a nuisance, to come back and fully ban this use in these zones. So I think the public needs to understand that the difference of that. And if you do want to have a vacation rental that doesn't have these limitations on a residential parcel, you can buy that in the tourist core, and it won't come with all of these And so that's what zoning into the principles of zoning and what it surrounds as. And I think there's been some confusion that we're taking a property right by adding these kind of restrictions and limitations. And that is not the case. And it is not what is entitled to you in the property that you bought in one of our residential zones. But with that, I agree that the second reading is the most responsible way to move forward. Mr. Robbins really laid it out that it is very true. There is a lot of unknowns as we move forward here. We don't know what the appellate court's going to do, and we could go forward and wake up one day in July, and here we are back at pause. And if that's the case, I think everybody just needs to also understand that that is a very real possibility. But with that, I think doing the second reading tonight and then allowing us to get data, and I think is really the right move. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Mayor. I too appreciate the comments by all parties. I appreciate also the passion of some of my members on the council on issues. I may not share their opinion, but I appreciate that they have an opinion. The reason that I'm going to vote for the second reading and adoption, I've stated previously. I think this council is trying to find middle ground, be responsive to the community, and still find a middle ground by allowing vacation rentals. Remember that the original ordinance said 2 single-family homes in a single-family area. If you live here, you get to rent it out. If you don't, you're not. On its face, one would have thought that would have been discriminatory, and maybe even a defense of it might have been maybe not made. But that's hindsight. And by the way, that's what the appellate court found. The other thing is the comment about we're going to kick people out of housing. This city, this council, previous councils have done more for housing than anybody in the region. You've heard me say this before, ad nauseum probably, is the region needs to do its part. It's not our job to provide housing to people who don't live in the city limits. It's our job to endeavor to enforce our local preference ordinance strictly for those who want to develop affordable housing that we have not done. But if we do that, we're going to take care of the folks who live here. Now I care about everyone, but the people here are first in my mind. The other thing is that I've heard is that a condominium and an apartment are the same thing. It's absolutely false. And there's lots of legal fictions, including TRPA. It's a legal fiction. There are lots of fictions, but that's the way we live. Condominiums are owned by the owners. They're owned by owners. That's a brilliant statement. But they're owned. Apartments are different. And I think there should be some distinction. I think in law there is distinction, and I think if we're ever challenged, we're going to be told that there is a distinction. But I would hope we can fix that later. I liked again Mr. Bass's council member, Mayor Pro Tem's middle ground. I think we're looking for it. Remember, please, we live in a tourist community, and tourism is what drives this economy. The economy is important for jobs. It's important so people can afford housing. It's important. If we want families to live in our community and live in wherever they live, to live comfortably, to live safely, to not bother their neighbors, we want those people. This ordinance is not perfect. I do not favor the buffer zone because I believe in what I'm being told by the city manager and the chief of police, that this time you can count on us, this city council and the staff, to see that the rules are enforced. And if they're not, then you take it to us, because that's, or what we do is we revoke the whole process if they're not enforced, and they're not enforced fairly. Courts have to do their job, and I respect the role of the courts in our system, but we have to do our job. We are the people here who are elected by the people of this community, and there's not just people who voted for Measure T, 3,500 votes. I think there's a member on your council who got 3,500 votes too, who campaigned on some issues, though I didn't talk about Measure T because it was in the courts, unlike others, but I didn't. But I want to see this community prosper. I want to see neighborhoods safe. I believe we have the staff, we have the enforcement that we need to do it. And with the data that we'll have in September, although I would like it sooner, but what is I think we'll have information on which to base, if there are changes needed, that we will make them. And I believe that we've come up with a compromise, and I'm willing to support that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
Well, I recognize the sentiment that I certainly recognize the sentiment that our regional partners have absolutely and utterly failed to do their part for housing. I also want to recognize the inverse of Mr. Jenkins' point, which was that, your point that we don't have the responsibility to provide housing for people outside the city. I assume the inverse implication, which is we do have a responsibility to enable housing for people who are inside the city, for our own residents, right, that are living within our jurisdiction. But that's who's going to be evicted. The two public commenters that came today to talk about this, they are obviously inside the city limits because that's the people to whom this ordinance applies. Those are people that live here in the city. There are going to be many hundreds of others who are at risk or will likely either be evicted or more likely have their leases non-renewed because we have made it more profitable to convert their housing into Airbnbs than to use as housing. That's people who currently live inside the city in our community that are our constituents, not people outside the city. And I do agree with the larger point that the regional partners have failed their duty, but we're talking about our duty within this city, and this ordinance will cost us housing of the people who live in our community. And I will point out that we made that our number one strategic objective was to ensure that there is housing for the people who live here and work here. And this runs contrary to that goal at the behest of the real estate lobby. Lastly, to the point of code enforcement and to why about the 150-foot buffer, the point that this time you can count on us is the argument that's made as to why we don't need a buffer, right? Because this time we're going to actually enforce it. We didn't do it last time. This time will be different. That comes down to a trust me, bro argument for city government. No, I don't. I absolutely do not believe until I see the city do something that they have never, ever done before in its history that is adequately enforce VHR rules. I'm not going to trust the city to actually do that until I see it. And that's never happened. It's never happened for a combination of reasons. That's not just about the code enforcement choosing incompetence. It's also about the councils of the past choosing to ignore their responsibility. It's also about the rules that existed at the time not providing a mechanism for enforcing, which is what we heard about when we talk about why does the noise rules need and the parking rules need to apply to everybody who is in the building in the house of a VHR permit holder, because we used to have this problem. This isn't a hypothetical. We had problems when the police went to a complaint of trash everywhere and cars overflowing, people saying, oh, no, I'm the owner's cousin or whatever. And the police had to give up and leave, right? And this idea that why do we need these rules to apply to these units at all is because this was the big problem we were having. And I appreciate the viewpoint from the chambers of commerce and from the real estate lobby that, the 3,500 majority of the people had the wool pulled over their eyes and didn't see what their eyes saw. And they didn't see what their eyes saw, that they didn't see cars parked all over the street ignoring snow plowing, blocking snow plows, that they didn't see trash all over the sidewalks and the side of the road instead of in the bear boxes where they were supposed to be. These things are, in the argument is really being made here that these things were fictitious and never happened. It's an absurdity. So I'm sorry. Trust me, bro, is not an appropriate way to make decisions. That's why we need the 150-foot buffer. It gives the city an opportunity to demonstrate that they can actually do enforcement before anyone turns around and increases the density of these things around the houses of neighbors and people who live in this community. So you don't have, I mean, I used to have 4 on my block, right? And I don't want that back until I can actually see enforcement working, and that's never happened before ever. And I think no one's going to be surprised that I'm voting no, because I think my priorities are with the people who live here and are renting and are about to lose their homes because of the vote that we're taking. And that's people in this community, not in Douglas, not in Washoe County, not in El Dorado County, but that's people here in this town that are going to lose their leases because of this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
I want to make, excuse me, one comment, and then I want to suggest a motion. Since all these rules are all against, push, new regulations for the property owners and whatnot, a lot of them make sense, of course, and whatnot. But I want to consider, the council to consider something where we're tracking the complaint process to make sure if there are any people out there that are abusing that process, just to be fair.
The never cry, don't cry wolf
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah. I think it's fair that we do that. I know there's been some comments made in the past, but I would like to suggest a motion to pass an ordinance amending Article 5, Vacation Home Rentals of Chapter 3.50, Transient Lodging, and the Table 2.35.070, Appeal Actions and Matters of the South Lake Tahoe City Code to modify the regulation of vacation home rentals located outside the tourist core area plan, and 2, pass a resolution establishing an initial application period for prior vacation home rentals and qualified vacation home rental permittees who are in good standing.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay. And then we
Can
can
I
have
third
further
it?
discussion.
Can I third it since I didn't first it the last time?
You want a second?
No,
You can
no,
second-
no.
you can second.
I just thirded it.
Rochambeau.
Yeah, Rochambeau.
It's already recorded.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have some levity.
So now we can have further discussion,
Further,
Mr. Jenkins.
further discussion. I'm interested in this comment that was made about this ordinance will cost us housing. And I'd like to suggest in a different way, as I just previously suggested, that for all of the housing that we are supporting, either in, that we are supporting construction of, by far greater than anything anybody in the region is doing, because Mr. Robbins and I agree that the region is not doing its part in any way, shape, or form. That we talk to the people building the housing and say if there are people displaced, since they are residents currently, that they be given a preference as locals to go into the new housing. Now, I know I'm going to probably hear, well, they've already made financial agreements. Well, you know what? I think we should make the request anyway. And the issue about not trusting ourselves, I trust myself. I'm sure that you all trust yourself, and I happen to trust our staff. I trust our city manager and our police chief and his department to do what they've told us that they will do. I trust them. I believe them. And proof will be in the pudding for us to see in September. But I believe in them, and so let's see. There's another note that if I could read it, it might be interesting. I do have a preference here, but if you remember in our conversation in strategic plan, you're talking about people in the sphere and in the county and in adjacent areas. I'm talking about the people who live here now, as I think you are. And let's give them the preference, and let's do what it takes. Let's get the advice we need to do what it takes to truly give those people in affordable housing a preference first. And if we get any excuses from the developer, tell them, don't develop here. Go somewhere else. And we'll get people who will. That's my comment. And I am going to support, or I thirded the motion, so I am going to support it.
Is there any further discussion? If not, let's vote.
I just have one question.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
We'll hold off.
I just want to make sure that the direction, I think it's clear, but for what people expect when we come back September 9th, And it is that the council's directed us to bring back a report and discussion item for review of the VHR implementation process as well as code enforcement issues.
Correct. And then at that time, we will discuss some of the things that we would like to see
Thank you. I just
changed.
wanted to make sure that's clear.
Perfect. Now,
Can I make one more comment?
yes, please, really quickly.
Yeah, just in the reference to that, the council's never, ever going to be able to, we haven't done this before. We've never been good at compliance and enforcing it. As a person who's managed big teams for decades, I've never felt it was fair to judge somebody on something that they haven't done before just because they haven't done it before. This council has never tried to do it before, so I don't think it's fair to judge us on and saying we have the inability to do something just because we haven't tried it before. I believe in this council. I think we can get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I agree. Has everybody voted?
I didn't vote. That motion carries.
Okay. The next item, item number 11, under regular new business, has to do with this issue. Do we want to take a quick break now or move past VHRs? Okay, so we will come back at 8:25. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order and move on to item number 11 under regular new business, amendments to the vacation home rental program budget and an allocated position listing and master fee schedule.
Do you want a
Mr.
motion, Mayor?
Roberts, our Chief Robertson and Mr. Thomas. I'm tired.
Sorry. Do I have to wait for this to go on? Is it on?
It's on. It's
Okay,
green.
Okay. Mayor and council members, good evening. I'm here to talk about the amendment to the 2024-2025 vacation home rental program budget for staffing allocations and a master fee schedule amendment that go along with the ordinance that was just passed. So with the return of VHRs to the residential zone, we expect a significant increase in workload associated with permit intake, review, compliance inspections, and enforcement. For the purpose of fee calculation, staff assumed a conservative estimate of 900 new VHR permits, requiring adequate staffing and resources to ensure the program is effective, transparent, and responsive to both applicants and community concerns. So the following staffing changes are proposed. The addition of 4 full-time community service officer positions, 1 full-time community service officer supervisor position, and temporary funding for 1 intern. We found that the majority of the new annual program cost is attributed to enforcement operations, and these include expenses related to staffing, including office space remodeling, vehicles, uniforms, training, furniture, supplies, and equipment. Basically, the police department, we're sitting on top of each other, and we need some office space to move the staff out. The remaining costs are associated with annual permit processing and general overhead. One of the resolutions of this item revises the current 2024-25 master fee schedule to amend the annual VHR permit inspection and re-inspection fees while keeping the VHR fee application fee unchanged. So I'm going to go through the numbers real quick, so for our viewing audience and for the people that can't see the staff report. So the current fee for 4 or less occupants for a VHR permit in the non-tourist core is $250. The new fee will be $670. For 5 to 8 occupants, the current fee is $500. The new fee will be $1,340. 9 to 12 occupants, the current fee is $1,000. The new fee will be $2,680. 13 or more occupants in a VHR will be $1,325. Sorry, the current fee is $1,325, and the new fee is $3,485. The permit inspection fee is currently $177. It will go up to $285. And the re-inspection fee is currently $104. It will go up to $165. So based on historical permitting levels and current interest, staff estimates an increase in VHR permit revenue if previously prohibited areas are now available again. Revenue projections have been updated for the remainder of the fiscal year, assuming approximately 450 VHRs that will be open between now and October 1st because of anticipated staff capacity at 150 a month. So estimated revenue for a VHR application fee based on 450 applications is $246,600. VHR one-time inspection and re-inspection fees, estimated revenue is $169,500. And new VHR permit fee for the non-tourist core is estimated to be at $603,000, and that's the annual permit fee. That was based on kind of the median cost for 5 to 8 occupancy was like the highest occupancy that we currently had, and so we kind of used that as the median and multiplied that by 450 permits. So that's the revenue. So let's talk about the increase in personnel and operations budget. So these appropriations are requested to cover salaries and benefits for the new position, intern support, tech, supplies, utilities, office and building remodel, and outside inspection services needed for the program expansion. So for salaries and benefits, just through September 31st, $218,792. Temporary employee salary and benefits, $19,640. The office/building remodel, $170,000. The most expensive component of that is having to install a bathroom where there exists none now. Access control system for card readers, $25,000. Uniforms for our new team of CSOs, $12,500. New CSO vehicles, $225,000. IT network equipment such as computers, phones, etc., $12,000. Hard lines and internet lines, 5,000. VHR inspection and outside contract services. Let me throw this over to Zach real quick. Where'd you go?
He disappeared.
I was hiding right behind you. Thank you, Chief.
In plain sight.
Yeah. Thanks, Chief, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Really quick, I'll just touch on the inspection process because it's a slightly different situation than how the rest of the program is being handled. As I mentioned earlier, the inspection process is going to be handled purely by contract staff. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, it allows a really quick ramp up, and it allows kind of to efficiently address the high volume, and then a easy ramp down as basically starts to level off and the units get permitted and so forth. So what we've estimated is kind of an upper limit of $250,000 budget allocation for the contract services. It's not for sure that it'll cost that much. This is billed as a as needed basis. So if an inspector works one day, we receive an invoice for that. And so this is the budget allocation is based on an upper estimate. The anticipated cost through September is a little bit lower than that, but we just want to make sure that there's adequate resources as we ramp up or ramp down based on the volume and the complexity of the inspections, because the inspection fee is a flat rate based on roughly an hour and a half average. Some might be 2 hours, some might be 1 hour, because a house that's 5-bedroom takes more time than a 1-bedroom house, for example. So it's across the board estimate, but we feel that this is pretty accurate based on our current inspection services that we use through BPR, the same company, as well as previous pre-Measure T practices.
So then for general supplies and furniture and fixtures, we have an additional $30,000. The proposed amendments attached to this staff report are expected to result in a net increase of the vacation home rental program fund revenue, increased revenue from permit inspection fees will offset the additional cost for personnel and program operations. Essentially, the resolutions contain the same information that I provided you for the revenue and the expenditures. Do you have any, and then the the position allocation resolution adds the 4 CSO positions and the CSO supervisor position. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Robbins?
What's the timeline, and I'm sorry if I didn't catch it, what's the timeline on the expenditures? Right, because this is all supposed to be drawing from funds received from permit applications as the basis of funding. But in what order are we going to start expending money versus when money's sort of going to start coming in? Because we're only getting 150 permits a month tops once, and that's not starting until next week. And then, we're going to start needing a lot of these things before we have the money in place. So help me understand the timing of expenditures versus revenues. And I don't know if that's an Olga question.
Yes, I
actually.
can answer that, Councilmember Robbins. Fund 218, VHR fund, which we have used historically, to date has a small fund balance. So general fund will not have to upfront the money. And because VHRs have been operating in tourist core area for the last several years, there is some funding still available to upfront that. I believe it's about 100,000 or 200,000, if I remember correctly, if I recall correctly. I can look it up really quickly. Also, additionally, the expenditures in the resolution, they're not going to be expended right away. They're over a 3-month period. So as soon as we know by July 17th where we stand with the measure, then we can either more aggressively proceed. It will take some time to hire staff, which is the highest the cost, and so the expenses will be coming out very gradually. And the existing fund balance in the VHR fund will allow to upfront some of this cost.
Okay, so we don't know then exactly when because I guess we have to put out hiring, then you have to interview people, and so it's a bit of an indeterminate issue as to when we'll actually start expending the funds for new CSOs. Sorry, we've got an alphabet soup almost as good as my old day job. So, but we don't know when we're going to start, paying for those people. If we bring them on, what is the nature of that employment? Where if we start bringing on, people right away, and it's, are we expecting to have those people in place by when, roughly? July, mid-July, top of July, end of this month?
October?
For the current, so our plan, that's what you're asking
Yeah.
about, our plan is to shuffle the current staff to do VHR enforcement while we hire out those other positions.
And do you have a broad timeline for the hiring time of those other positions? A quarter, or a month in which we expect those jobs to start being filled?
Usually the backgrounding process takes the longest, so sometimes we're at 6 to 8 weeks for one applicant, so we'll see what we can do about expediting that. But we're not gonna put the cart before the horse and start buying uniforms before we have somebody to fill it. We're not gonna buy cars before we have somebody to drive it. The greatest expenditure right now is probably gonna be building out the office space for when they land.
Okay. Yeah, my concern obviously comes to the fact that, there's a non-trivial, may not be highly likely, it may be very likely, it's an unknown, but there's a non-trivial possibility that we'll face a stay in permit issuance. And that raises a concern where if we've hired a bunch of people before that stay comes, but we should know that within the next, month and change. So that's what I wanted to get a handle on, when the major parts of expenditures, particularly, if you buy computers and stuff, those can always get shuffled around for other uses, but hiring and firing tends to be a much more sticky proposition, as I understand it. I want to make sure we are going to be in a position where we have some understanding of the longevity of the program before we start expending significant funds on the program. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins?
I think you, Chief, you answered my first question, that in between now and the time that you fill positions, that you'll be reallocating CSO staff to deal with the enforcement issue right away. That's what I think I heard you say.
You are correct.
And in regard to the question that Councilmember Robbins, actually, I thought a really good question. If for some reason that the program doesn't go forward, in the offer letters, I would assume that there would be some language in there that would indicate that this is dependent on this program going further, and that HR can work on that language. Oh, and I did have a third question. Now, the increase in dollars that we have to spend, did you say they're dollars or did you say they're pesos? That's that's an attempt at levity.
You don't have to answer
an attempt at levity.
question.
Go on.
Forgive me, Chief.
Let me just follow up on my question, on David's question as well. Sorry, you said, you mentioned that you're going to initially staff up by reallocating existing CSO resources. That means that those resources are going to be drawn away from other CSO activities. Could you give a rundown of what CSO activities will be drawn against in order to support the initial staff up for Airbnb permitting?
Sure, I'm glad you asked. So CSO task list includes parking violations for Heavenly and the Lakeside residential permit program, administrative citations for the shared mobility devices, food carts and illegal vendors, administrative citations for snow, sidewalks, related to snow, sidewalks, dumping snow on city property, snow sites and tows, disabled vehicles in the snow, sign violations, graffiti, illegal dumping, administrative violations for the plastic ordinance, zoning violations. They book some property for us. They also book stuff for the unhoused. Anything else that is in the city code that can be handled, that can't be handled by, or that can be handled by non-sworn. They will not be able to handle any illegal camping, administrative citations for false alarms, administrative citations for the marine unit for commercial boat violations, no abandoned vehicles, RVs or campers, and nuisance abatement, no trash, junk, debris, vacant lots, abandoned vehicles. They will not be able to investigate for administrative citations for non-compliance with these violations. They will not be able to address abandoned properties. They also handle permits for residential permit programs, as they come in. They do fingerprinting for live scan. They handle the appeal packets for the administrative citations appeal officer. They provide traffic control functions for police and fire emergencies. They also assist in road closures, and they sometimes do name exchange for collisions when our other staff is indisposed. They handle administrative citations for building and developmental services, administrative citations for the fire department, for Clean Tahoe, for South Tahoe Refuse, for businesses without operating with a license, that's handled for finance, and defensible space violations, to name a few.
I swear to God, I'm not kidding. When you said disabled toes, I was thinking, oh, people who broke their foot. It took me longer than I'm comfortable admitting, realizing that that's not what you meant. That's quite the list, right? That's basically, I'm not sure what else is on the list that isn't that. That's pretty much everything. I'm trying to think up administrative CSO operations that wasn't on that list, and I'm coming up pretty shallow, so.
And that's why we need 4 more to supervise.
Sure, yeah. So that's the cost of, that's going to be the short-term cost of reactivating this program without knowing how the court is going to ultimately rule on a stay or on the longevity of the program. We're going to lose, in the short term, all of those community services and enforcement.
If I may, sorry, Councilmember Robbins, I think the chief and I have had conversations, and slow rolling the implementation of getting this new staffing request up and going is on our mind. It will take time if we even are successful at obtaining 4 applicants to apply. We probably will get 4 applicants, but then we're going to schedule our interviews, and it's going to take time. I understand what you're saying, but I am not going to run into this blindly just spending money. But it's striking a balance is what you're getting at. I mean, if we're going to implement the program, we need to start to move towards adding staff capacity.
Yeah.
But I imagine we're going to offer a supervisor a job first, perhaps, and then maybe one of the 4 CSOs, and then we're going to have to continue to cast the net to see what we get. That's just going to be something we're going to have to stay connected on. I hear what you're saying. I just want to give you confidence that we're not going to, we haven't had this all ready to hit go on the recruitment button tomorrow.
Well, no, I'm not asking that question in the context of advocating for spending money that we haven't collected. I'm asking it in the context of, I don't know if you noticed, but I voted no on the last issue because I think that rolling this program out without, of the many reasons I think this was a bad idea. One of them is the fact that we don't know the longevity of the program, and it's potentially financially irresponsible, and now we know it's potentially community irresponsible because all of the other CSO services are going to be put on hold in order to roll this program out as it is. To that question, though,
Let me clarify real quick. So it's not going to be put on hold. We've talked about it.
Thank you. I was going to ask that question.
Yeah, we've worked out a schedule where we have a more limited availability to address some of these issues. We're going to have to leave somebody in the middle of the week because there are a lot of things that come in. So it's not going to be completely abandoned, but these are the things that the CSOs do. So we're working out a schedule that will allow some more limited engagement on these topics.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to hearing from people complaining more about the lack of enforcement on the scooters. We're going to have even less, but it's fair enough point that it's not about going to zero. It's about degrading that service in order to make room for new services until funding arrives and is at least likely to be projected to be stable under a potential stay situation that we can staff up at that point. I guess my only other question is, and this is, I'll leave it to staff, this is a little tangentially related, but with all the CSO operations that we're bringing in, where are they going to be documented? Where are they going to be on, the city's website in terms of violations? Because we had been posting the violations on the city website on a obscure little corner of a Google, I think it was a Google Doc or something that we had up that hadn't been updated since I think 2020 or something like that for a long time. So in this budget request, I guess, so I'll tie it back, does that include starting right away public transparency for not just the application process, but for the enforcement side as well, for reporting calls to service, things like that. You know, all quiet on arrival, or this is how this call for service turned out, and that will be publicly posted.
So the more elaborate answer is that we have a new records management system and CAD system in place since 2020, and we plan on capitalizing on the resource that is to push that data out.
And that'll be ready under this financing plan at the time for, to roll out and operate on the same day that the first permit is issued.
So I'm not planning on pushing out that data yet. So the big picture is we have a process that will push out data on a map and show where the VHR violations are. It's just another layer on our crime map. That's the plan, is to use that. So whether that's ready to go the day the first permit is issued, we'll push the data out when that system is tested and validated, rather than putting out false data or incorrect data.
So when,
I can't give you a hard date.
do you have a rough date? Which I guess is a kind of hard, a soft date?
Probably later this summer.
Okay, so we're gonna have permits issued at the top of the summer, but or at the mid-summer, the July timeframe, right? When's the first date that permits are
July
intended to be issued?
19th.
July something?
July 18th.
But the reporting of complaints, the reporting of CSO interactions is not expected to be rolled out until the end of the summer? Is that roughly the end of the summer?
I can't give you a hard date on that. We've discussed it probably 3 weeks ago, so I haven't done a check on where it's at yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Stroud?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to address the issue of the stay that's come up a few times, both in this item and in the previous item. Currently, there is no stay. We don't know if there will be a request for a stay or a stay granted. Currently, there is a court order ordering the city to not enforce Measure T, and the only way that we prevented the previous ordinance from popping back into place immediately was the moratorium, which is set to expire later this week. So I just wanted to clarify that we don't really have the luxury of waiting to start issuing permits forever. We're under the moratorium now, which was under our state law authority to adopt based on the fact that we were amending the ordinance. Now that we're done doing that, we can't just not issue permits.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud, for that clarification. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, thank you. Chief, I'm looking at your expenditure list here, and a couple questions combined together are the inspection contracted services, is that, I know you mentioned that it was kind of to jumpstart the program and help facilitate that. Is that going to be a continued expense every year at that amount, or is it just to get it, is that, maybe I misunderstood, maybe, is that something just to get it jump-started?
So for the purposes of this report, this was estimated as kind of a jumpstart budget estimate, if you will, with the idea that there's going to be this heavy ramp up, and that's going to require the inspection of all those units. Once that's done, it's going to be reevaluated to what degree we use contract services, in-house staff, and what that availability is, because it's all going to be based on demand. But what this does is it allows us the flexibility to determine that and evaluate that at that time. So what I'll say is this is kind of for the ramp up, and then once it's all kind of permitted, or if amendments are made by the council to the ordinance, that can be adjusted at that time, but it'll be evaluated in the future based on demand.
Okay, where I was going with that is, I believe, unless I misunderstood, this list of expenditures is how is utilized to calculate the increases in the permits. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's based on the cost of providing each inspection.
So the outside contracts may diminish in that, from that $250,000 price. Also, the office remodel and the vehicles will not be a recurring expense. So we anticipate permit fees to adjust downward in the future, or?
Councilmember Roberts, if I may, for calculation of the permit fee, housing inspection fees was not included, because that cost is recovered separately through a separate fee. So there is a separate line item that we will be collecting for housing inspection. That revenue will cover the housing contract. The reason there is a $250,000 in the budget right now, when we go into a contract, we appropriate the whole contract amount, even if it crosses multiple years. When we finish fiscal year, the remaining amount of contract is carried forward into the next fiscal year. Housing inspection cost is a one-time cost only upon application. It will not continue, but it's also not included in the permit fee. Permit fee cost includes the staff time, the remodel that is spread over 5 years, various vehicles, equipment, purchases, and operational cost. And that's what was included in the calculation of the permit cost, if that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Bass?
Thank you, Chief. I'm curious, so with the office remodel and that type of, if for some reason we end up in a different place and we're not going to be doing this program, do you have other staff? You could, I would imagine you could use that space regardless of if we have this program or not. So the investment's needed kind of regardless in a way. Great. And then as far as, and I kind of asked this earlier, but with the contract with the inspectors, I just want to know that, you know, if we put out the 250 and something goes the other direction, that money can also be used on other forms of inspections. For instance, you know, we're not just, we could redirect them to do building inspections, because I believe they're the same company, right?
So to answer your last question, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, we currently have an existing contract with 3 consulting companies to provide plan check services, building inspections, things of that nature. This falls under that same concept. Basically, these are building inspections. So if we use them every day, we use this company every day during the summer season, during the heavy build season to help with the increased workload. If this program hypothetically ceased to operate, most likely the inspectors associated with the VHR inspection program would no longer be used. BPR, the company that employs them, would allocate them elsewhere, another jurisdiction. So it's not that so much it would, we would continue to use them in the city. We already kind of have the building inspectors staff allocated, but really kind of like any consulting company, they would just simply allocate their resources internally to another client. So we would no longer be collecting the revenue, we would also no longer be expending the resource. And the fees associated with the building inspection fees that pay for that, those are collected under our building permit fees, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, I would just say that maybe because we know there's an inclination of that, just to make sure the contract does kind of clarify that, hey, if this were to come up, we can move the remaining part of that funding to other services within their company. Because we know that could be potentially be a possibility. I guess that's probably more for Ms. Stroud, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's our standard contract language, which has a 30-day termination clause that we can use for any reason, and we wouldn't be paying them until they perform the service. So we're not committing to pay them a certain amount of money. It's based on how many hours they work. So if we terminate the contract, we don't have to reallocate those funds to the same company.
Okay.
Yeah, the contract guarantees it could be 0 hours or all. The
Great.
contract is specifically written to be on call as needed and does not guarantee any amount of work per se.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Jenkins?
This is a very efficient way of doing work because it's based on demand, and you're not continuing to pay fixed costs for people who are here, and not that you want people who are here full-time, but I mean, this is very efficient, and I congratulate you for looking at this method of enforcement.
Council, any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Chief Roberts. And I keep calling you Mr., but it's not, it's Chief. You're a chief. Is there any member of the public? It looks like Mr. Mosier's been standing back there very patiently.
Moser, South Lake Tahoe. A few things.
Mr. Mosier, would you speak, please? Because I'm a little hard of hearing. Could you into the mic so I can hear you?
Okay.
Because I want to hear you. Yeah, do that.
Ms. Blankenship will turn it up as well,
give me
Mr.
10
Mosher.
seconds back.
We'll give you your time back.
Yes, first of all, you answered all the questions from the previous item on the agenda there, and except for if you did receive the bill for the 1.289 million from Andrew Pierce from the Property Owners Group. So I'd like an answer to that, if possible, when I'm done. As far as, hiring, Mr. Robbins makes the point that things were never enforced in the past. And I don't see there's zero enforcement of scooters, e-bikes, which are becoming, by the day, an increasing problem. We had that young girl get killed just recently, 13-year-old gal. If there's no effort to do that, I really don't see the effort. And we're just going to be putting more people in VHRs, and you're going to have more buttheads renting e-scooters and e-bikes and stuff, and just multiply the problem. Enforcement, I don't know about that. Like I said, when we'll see it when we see it. Believe it when we see it. As for the office building remodel, TTD was there for short term. That was supposed to be used for transit. We got a $6.5 million grant to buy the properties there and tear them down and build that. And it's never been used for transit. Just outside a glorified bus stop is all we got. I toured that area there a year and a half or two ago, because I keep saying that we should let Environmental Research Center there use that and put a couple of screening rooms up there and do their thing, and it'd be great for tourists and locals, and that would be best use for that. But they remodeled it for TTD. We spent a lot of money to remodel it, put partitions up and fake walls, and remodeled it as office space for TTD. So I don't know why you need $170,000 to remodel that. Uniforms, okay, for five new people, 12,000, pretty nice uniforms. The outside contract services for 250,000 was elaborated briefly or so there, and that if there is problems with this being put into effect, that you can get rid of them. So that was an answer to that in part. Overall, like I said, enforcement, spending a lot of money, hiring more people, CSOs, parking ambassadors that we have. I've seen them just literally drive past violations and parking things that were, the parking ambassador couldn't even go down the street because parking on both sides there, you couldn't fit his vehicle through, let alone a fire truck. And he just backed up and went back out from where he came and never ticketed anybody, and all winter long. And like I said, I don't know what the hell they do. But they sure as aren't doing their job. So, get rid of them if you're going to hire more people. Get somebody that
Thank you,
wants to
Mr.
do their
Mosier.
job. Thank you.
Mr. Loberg?
Yeah, no offense, Chief, but I think 100,000 is a bit excessive for the remodel. I mean, can't we repurpose some space in the new community center and fast track one of the rooms to be finished? Or if we're going to move some space from the old community center to the new one, can't we use an office in the old community center rather than spend this kind of money? And I hate to see any enforcement taken away from the scooters. Not that I've seen much. Every time I drive down 50, I see children on the scooters. And some of them just in shorts and a t-shirt. If they hit at something, they're going to get serious rash, serious injuries. But I'd hate to see the enforcement taken off of that. I think it needs to be ramped up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Please come forward.
Mr. Todd.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I usually am really good with names, and I
You'll
apologize.
remember me next time.
I will.
Just looking for clarification on the fees. There's no application fee, just a annual permit fee and a inspection fee and a reinspection fee on what I see on the master schedule. The second question is, 4 or less is priced at $670. Is that the 4 adult permit, or are you going to add 5 to that for children under 13 or whatever?
and tell me that I'm permitted for 9 to 12. All right? Thanks.
Mr. Messina. Sorry, I'm writing down questions.
Oh, okay. I hope it's a good one. Actually, I don't think I've ever had a chance to welcome Chief Robertson to our community, but he's certainly demonstrating that he's hitting the ground running and doing an excellent job in putting this together. And I think we got the right man for the job. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. We agree. Mr. Gregorich, did you have something?
Good evening, Council. David Gregorich, South Lake Tahoe. Just a couple of things. You've got figures here, revenues and expenditures through June 30th. I'm interested to see or hear the annualized cost. I know some of these are one-time or upfront costs, but certainly tonight or budget time, have an idea of what the ongoing annualized costs are. Second thing is presumably, since you've got VHRs in the tourist core, you have some existing capacity that is, procedures and expertise already in-house that you're not building that from scratch. Just confirming that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorich. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Do we have anyone on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
Yeah, we have Stu. Go ahead.
Hello, council, staff, and Chief Robertson. Stu Robertson, South Lake Tahoe. I'm really pleased to see the focus on enforcement and that the funding for the program is happening through the fees. I do look forward to a successful program, and I share what others have said and the confidence that this will happen. I do have two questions for you. One, I think you've already addressed mostly, which is, do any of the equipment or salary expenses provide for a near real-time complaint tracking system on the city's website? It was being done from 2018 through 2021. I think as Councilmember Robbins pointed out, it kind of faded out as the number of homes were fading out in 2021. But it was a real valuable tool for the public, and it provided a great way to show the effectiveness of the program, including response times and the resolution. The second question is really about the application fees. An earlier commenter asked about, was there an application fee? And I see it called out there clearly as $548. And I talked about this briefly in the previous session, but I see that the forecast for the application fees are for 450 permits at $548 a piece. So generating a nice piece of change. But also in the city manager's earlier presentation, he said there were about 500 preferred applicants and an estimated 350 would actually get permits, with the other 150 being blocked. So there's either extra money that could be budgeted, which is not what I'm promoting, or that 150 people that are going to get blocked that can't get a permit, those fees aren't being reflected here, which I'm hoping means that you will do the right thing and refund those. And so I would just like that conversation to continue. It seems surprising, particularly since Chief Robertson pointed out that when you apply, there's going to be some, it seemed like he was saying real-time notification that, hey, there's already another applicant within 150 feet. So they may apply anyway, just for hoping that that other applicant will be discarded. And if they do, but they can't get a permit because the permit actually gets issued to someone else, then it seems like that paper, that trail of online application and being denied really isn't taking that much time. So I'm hoping that either partial or full refund for that application fee could be refunded. And also kind of related to that is really implementing a wait list, I think would serve those people that are applying early and being denied, would provide them a good opportunity to get back without having to get at the end of the line.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Robertson.
much.
There's no additional public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I'm going to try and do like I did last time and answer a few questions. I'm going to rely on Ms. Stroud on this, but the reason I didn't talk about the attorney's fee issue is because I felt like it might be a closed session, but I'm going to ask you that.
It's not really relevant to any of the items tonight, but we did receive not a bill, but a motion for attorney's fees, which the city will be opposing.
Thank you. The Explore Tahoe building versus the rec center, old or new. I heard Chief Robertson say that most of that 170,000 was to build a bathroom, and the Explore Tahoe building is a building that we already own, and so I feel like it's a good use of our space. And with regards to the new rec center, I don't believe that there's space for a VHR program to take place in there. And the old rec center will then revert to county property and won't be ours. Did I get any of that wrong?
Yeah, I'll just explain a little further. The Explore Tahoe building has been empty for years, and the folks at the police department are sitting on top of each other, and we need space.
We
And
need space.
a lot of the services they provide are in this state line core, and the proximity to parking control and getting out around town, it's not a bad location for them to be based out of. Second of all, the new rec center does not have space, and we are planning to board up and turn off utilities at the old rec center in June of '26 and start the demolition planning effort.
I just have one clarifying question. Will it be the whole entire CSO program or only the VHR program that's moving to Explore Tahoe?
It'll be the entire CSO program.
I think that's more efficient. Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add some clarity for the Explore Tahoe on the bottom floor is not
Yeah.
changing. It's the second
It's the
floor, which
second floor.
the public probably doesn't realize that the Explore Tahoe on the bottom floor, the Welcome Center, will still be intact.
Yeah. And then there was a question about permit fees. We're only charging our fees based on the number of adults because the kids are exempt. Okay. And then Chief Robertson, I believe that you did speak about the real-time complaint tracking. You're saying that that will be up and running approximately late summer.
Yeah, like I said, we've discussed that already. I love when this thing gets loud. We've discussed that already. The platform already exists within our current CAD system. I'm hoping to have a single portal for complaints, which is coming through our RIM system, so that we're not trying to enter data after it's been entered somewhere else or by email or anything else. So hoping we'll only have single entry into that complaint platform.
Thank you very much for that
I'm
clarification.
sorry, I didn't hear a date in that you asked for when that
No, I
was a what.
didn't. I said late summer.
I didn't hear it. Was that correct?
Later this summer.
That's what we're shooting for. Yep.
Okay. Thank you all for answering those questions. Mr. Robbins, you're up.
Yeah, I'm one of the things that we're supposed to reconvene in, what was it, September? I forget what the date was for the follow-up meeting, was September 9th. Was to do things like review the program and enforcement, and if it's late summer by the time we even have the portal up now, let me back up a step, because is that the portal to submit complaints online, or is that the portal to view complaints?
That would be the portal to view complaints.
So
We'll take complaints all the time.
But by phone only then, or will there be an online complaint system as well at some point?
No, I'm hoping it comes through dispatch. That's the easiest place to collect that data.
Through dispatch, meaning by phone, by telephone?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, one of the things that would be nice to be able to have is some record of the complaints. But I guess we will have the inside data, if it's not published on the portal at least, to review complaints by the September City Council follow-up meeting, right? Even though that won't be on the public portal, it'll be available internally to see how many complaints we had, what the disposition of those complaints was. There'll be some way to report that. I mean that as a question, sorry.
Yes, that information should be coming in at the first complaint. We will have a way to stack that up and collate that, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to deliver it in a nice display at that point, but we'll have that information.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we're in our first hour of having a new VHR ordinance. Hard as it is to believe, we passed it an entire hour ago. I know it feels like just a few minutes. That's how these meetings go. But for me, this is the first test of, are we actually serious about sticking to our word from literally an hour ago about enforcement? Are we serious about funding the enforcement, about putting the fees and the cost structure in place to actually do the enforcement that we promised an hour ago? And I know I've seen complaints and emails about the fee structure being high and unfair and so and so. But the question is, if we're actually going to do enforcement, this is what that means. So it's a question of the council is, are we actually willing to walk the talk of literally 60 minutes ago? And I hope we are. I am very concerned by the fact that initial enforcement is going to come very much at the cost of all the other enforcements. Because one of the counterpoints that I don't buy personally, but one of the counterpoints that comes up often in the VHR discussion is that, locals are terrible people also, or locals make messes also, and locals aren't all that great also, and locals, park badly and leave trash everywhere. I don't buy that really. That's an incidental problem to me for me, the issue is housing. But I get that as a response frequently that, VHR's neighbors can be great and locals can be problem neighbors too. And one of the things that code enforcement does is deal with blight, deal with dilapidated houses, deal with trash in yards. We've had ongoing, in this council, reports on ongoing efforts. We've even had a small handful of receiverships for houses that are in bad condition. And that's code enforcement. That's where that begins. And we are going to draw away from that in order to handle the startup process for the VHRs. It's not great to make that trade-off. And I would prefer to have gone a route in which we, by ordinance, enacted Measure T, held off the VHR issue until there was a final court resolution, and then come back to this in the midwinter or late winter or next summer. I think that would have been the fiscally responsible thing to do, because then we would know for sure with finality what the disposition is. Here we have this Schrodinger's cat situation of we may or may not need enforcement based on something that's going to happen in the future. That being said, faced with two mediocre choices, passing this to me, is the least bad option if we're going to hold to the thing that was promised not 60 minutes ago.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Bass.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with passing this. I think it's what we need to do to follow along with what we just did. Something that just came to mind, though, if we're going to be building this out for the CSOs and the police department, and I know that we could never staff somebody full-time there, but in a lot of cities or places where you're kind of in the core of where there's a lot of foot traffic and there's a lot of those type of things, there will be like a kiosk police station that's just like a presence that would say South Lake Tahoe Police. And again, I know that we could never staff it down there, but maybe a phone that somebody actually had the ability to pick up. I don't remember if there's a little lobby area in the stairs going up to that. But again, that's just such a walkable core. There's so many people all the time. It could add an element of just, because our police department is, a lot of the people that come here and visit don't even ever kind of see, besides our cars, of course, and those kind of things. So it could just be a way to, and just an idea to put it out there while we're doing a remodel and have some of the money, could be something cool to consider.
It's a great idea. Community policing. Chief Robertson will.
We can see what that looks like down the road, but I agree it could be hard to staff.
Yeah.
I just want to add one more comment. This goes to my commitment on enforcement. Like the way I look at budgets, a budget is a plan subject to change. And that's what we're taking a best guess estimate at right now. What is the revenues and what are our expenditures? If we start to get into this and we're failing, I'm going to be back soon to say we need more. Or what does council want to do about the rules that we've adopted? So I've said that before and I'm going to say it again. So.
Thank you. Mr. Irvin. Mr. Jenkins?
There's a couple of questions. One that probably is, it came up, there was a comment made, and probably is for another time. I was not aware, and I don't remember the matter being on the agenda, may have happened before me, about tearing down the old recreation center. I didn't know it was blighted so I.
We won't own it anymore.
Sorry?
We won't own it anymore.
Oh, we won't own it anymore. Who owns it?
The county will.
Oh, well, that's
It's
interesting.
a land swap.
Oh, I see, it was a land swap. I'll let them tear it down.
I definitely will make time to sit with you and talk further about that, Mr. James.
And the other thing is, for some property, I've always had good experience with the police department when there was houses that were looking dilapidated or were unkempt, and there was junk all over the place. Police department's been pretty good before I was elected in sending them a note or sending them a message, say, hey, clean this up. But in some cities, those, not VHRs, but some cities, maybe there can be some realignment of staff on a temporary basis to assist in, to address Councilmember Robbins' point, to address some of these other property non-VHR related. Maybe staff could look at some of those enforcement issues. Maybe there's some way to do that. I know other cities do it, so I know we can do it if we want to do it. And so maybe that would address some of the concern that Councilmember Robbins had. And that's something staff would have to look at as their ability to do that. So that was my point.
Thank you, Mr.
But I do support. I do support the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I just want to, I understand the concerns about taking away staff from, scooters in particular. But we got to remember that during this time, it's only going to be 150 a month VHRs. So it's not going to be taken away 4 people from the CSOs and moving them over to VHRs. It's going to take a smaller amount of them at a time. So potentially and hopefully, the staff will grow to match the need. And also, as we build this staff of new CSOs and they have their own building and they get better and better, maybe they can start to expand and provide more enforcement to the bad residents that are out there that are legitimate complaints about as well.
I agree. Oh, no, it's my turn.
Nice.
I am a little light. Okay, I have a question. There's been a couple of comments about the application fee versus the permit fee versus the inspection fee. And Chief, I think that you explained this during the previous item, but let me see if I heard you correctly. You stated that there will be a real-time buffer information when someone applies, and there will be a warning saying, make this application at your own consequence because we have somebody pending in your buffer. Did I hear you say that correctly?
Ish.
Ish.
Not necessarily real time. It will update hourly, but yes, it will indicate whether somebody has applied, whether somebody has a completed application, whether they have an accepted application, whether they have an issued permit, or whether the VHR has been closed.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then I have a question for Mr. Irvin or Ms. Stroud. I'm not sure who would be most appropriate. There's been some talk about whether or not that application fee, and I think I heard what you said, Ms. Stroud, was that the fee was to process the application. So if we've spent time on it, that money's been spent. And is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, council could agree to refund it in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
That's not a decision that needs to be made now. I don't think we've
Of
internally
course.
been talking about how that would work if someone gets to a point where they're ready to schedule an inspection, but someone else was deemed complete ahead of them in their buffer zone. Could they get their inspection fee back if we haven't done that work yet? I think that seems fair, but we're still under discussion on how that will work.
Thank you. I think that answered my question. Okay. I think I'm willing to entertain a motion.
I'll put forward a motion to pass a resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 vacation home rental program budget and changes to the allocated permanent position listing, and pass a resolution revising the 24-25 master fee schedule to amend the annual VHR permit inspection and reinspection fees.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. If not.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Moving on to item number 12, acceptance of a grant from California Tahoe Conservancy for the Reagan Beach Rehabilitation Plan. Mr. Stark.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. In 2015, a Reagan Beach Rehabilitation Plan was drafted, including recommendations to enhance recreational access, restore the shoreline, upgrade user amenities and facilities. The conceptual design was developed through a comprehensive process involving public meetings, online surveys, and input from staff. Further design and environmental review are needed to implement the recommendations of this plan. In 2023, Reagan Beach was included in the city's ADA transition plan for opportunities to improve accessibility. On August 27, 2024, City Council authorized staff to apply for a grant with the California Tahoe Conservancy, CTC, from its Lake Tahoe Science and Lake Improvement Grant Program. It's also known as SB 630 grant, to bring Reagan Beach rehabilitation plan forward to complete the permitting, environmental review, and 60% engineering plans. On March 20th, 2025, the CTC awarded the grant to the city for $500,000 to complete this project. In the grant application, $450,000 was listed as the city's match, including $50,000 from the Reagan Beach Rehabilitation account, plus an additional $250,000 from the same account from the 2024 participatory budgeting process. The remaining $150,000 match was proposed from the ADA upgrades account. The ADA upgrades account funding has since been utilized with other public works projects, and $50,000 remains available from this account to support this match. Staff requests to utilize the $50,000 from ADA upgrades funding to support the match for the grant. Additionally, staff requests $100,000 from the general fund undesignated excess revenues to complete the $450,000 match proposed in the grant application. The $450,000 city match will be used to bring the 60% construction documents up to 100% engineering plans and specifications, updated engineer's estimate, and bid documents. Staff requests council approve the acceptance of the $500,000 CTC SB 630 grant, transfer the $50,000 from the ADA upgrades account 301-682 into account 301-665, Reagan Beach construction, and allocate $100,000 from general fund undesignated excess revenues 100-01956 514 into 301-665-36-300 general fund transfer in, and allocate it to the Reagan Beach construction line items to complete the match for the grant acceptance. That's the end of my report. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Stark? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to public comment. Mr. Loberg.
Yeah, that's a prime example of what the hell's wrong with the government. 10 years to get this done, 10 years. It's no different than the roundabouts in Myers. 93, they planned to do 2 roundabouts. The first one, what was it, 2020, for close to $4 million. And now the new roundabout is costing $12 million. These delays are just ridiculous. Too many layers of bureaucratic and conservancy and TARPA, et cetera, and the city's hamstrung with this, and the other communities surrounding tend not to have to abide by all these kind of regulations. It's just abysmal, 10 years. And we're talking about ADA accessibility. Accessibility denied, delayed is accessibility denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Anybody else in the room? Mr. Gregorich?
Good evening, David Gregorich. As a citizen of South Lake Tahoe, SB 630 was a bill passed by California legislature, I don't know, 12, 15 years ago. The funding source, this is the proceeds from State Lands Commission leases in the Tahoe Basin. And one of the purposes for this fund is enhancement of lakeside-dependent public access. Reagan Beach is an ideal site for that purpose, and I'm excited for the city, excited as a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission to be involved with this. I think it's an excellent project for this funding source.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorich. Is there anybody else in the room? Okay, moving to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to make public comment. No hands, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I will just address the comment. I participated in the public outreach in 2015, and my understanding, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong, is that it was at least estimated that the changes needed at Reagan Beach were going to be about $13 million at that time. And the reason that council and the city hasn't done anything up to this point is because we just didn't have $13 million to put on into Reagan Beach, even though it was a high priority for all of us. And I will just say that in the 7.5 years, or how long? 6.5 years? 6.5 years.
An hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, 6.5 years that Mr. Bass and I have been on council, and I know the rest of you all feel the same way, is that we are doing a different job at prioritizing capital needs and capital investment. But there are a lot of competing needs, and so we're trying to do all we can with the money that we have, and at least in my opinion, not raising taxes while we do it as much as possible. Mr. Jenkins.
This is one time that I will say that I thank the Conservancy Board and the Council of the past for pursuing funds for ADA compliance. I agree with Mr. Loberg that denying access is denying access. This is a good project. Creates access as we celebrated in the beginning of the meeting with a proclamation. And while I have other concerns with CTC, I applaud them and all of you for the work that you've done on this.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins.
It's very rare that the pace of progress is genuinely constrained by will. It's not zero, but it's not generally common. Typically, the constraint on progress is money, and money is finite. And there's only a few options to do progress in that sense, and that is raise taxes, which no one wants. It's to wait until money becomes available or can be saved up, which is access delayed, which no one wants, right? Or it's to slowly and gradually file for 1 million grants to try to get the money from somewhere else, which is also access delayed. So, if I can channel my previous colleague, everybody loves it when we spend money. Nobody likes it when we collect the money. And so I agree. I would have loved that this would have been done in 2015. I would also have loved that we would have paved all of the roads in the city in 2015, but nobody has $500 million. Nobody had $13 million for this, and if we did, we probably would have paved some roads with it while we're at it. There's a lot more things that are good things to spend money on, worthy things to spend money on, than there is money to go around. Everybody likes to point to their bit of waste that they are not in favor of, and more often than not, especially at the local level, A lot of those things are really small budget items. They're big for personal reasons. The $100,000 is a lot to me, but that doesn't get you very far against a $13 million beach improvement project. That's not the limiting factors here. And yes, we are trying to be efficient wherever we can, but everybody's little tiny item of waste is someone else's really important thing that's important to their constituency. And so everybody wants a piece, and there's only a finite amount to go around. So, I'm glad that we're finally getting some movement on this and getting some outside money on this. Access is one of the strategic plan items. One of the things that's improved since I started on council, and definitely improved since I've been watching council before that, is that the prioritization of finite, insufficient resources is more objectively allocated today than it has been in the past. That doesn't necessarily mean there's more resources, and there's certainly not less need, but the council, and particularly staff and what they bring to the council, has been a lot less willy-nilly about it, a lot less random about where the money is going. We've said, in the last meeting, we talked extensively about wanting to make sure our road rehab program was more objective rather than being reactionary to public comments, right? That's an example of making sure that the finite resources we have are efficiently allocated, not scattershot allocated. And we're doing better at that sort of thing than we're used to. But at the end of the day, the city has a budget grand total in the $120-something million range, give or take, and we have something close to $500 million in needs just for paving. So, we do what we can with what we can when we can. And I really do hope that the public gets a better sense, and we can do, as a council, a better job sometimes of communicating the fact that, every expense the public wants us to make has to come at the cost of not doing something else, right? That money is a zero-sum game unless you favor raising taxes, and that is a hard sell. It's not impossible. The council has done it, relatively recently, but that's the alternative. So, I think this is the right thing to do, and this is the right time to do it. And I hope the public gets a better understanding of, why things take a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Councilman Robbins, your opening statement there was quite profound, and I greatly appreciate the rest of your comments.
The one where things cost money?
Yeah, no, where the will is not what prevents it. So on that note, I move to pass a resolution accepting the grant and authorizing and directing the mayor to sign the agreement with California Tahoe Conservancy from its Lake Tahoe Science and Improvement Grant Program for $500,000, appropriating $100,000 from general fund, undesignated excess reserves, and approving other budget amendments for the project.
I'll second. That's the will.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, we can vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. Moving on. Also, Mr. Stark, the item number 13, El Dorado Beach revetment project and budget allocation.
Okay, John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation. In 2018, severe erosion at El Dorado Beach resulted from high northerly and easterly prevailing winds and high lake levels, leaving a large portion of the shoreline in an unsafe condition. This resulted in vertical drop-offs in excess of 4 feet and the potential for undermining the structural foundation supporting the lower seating walls and ramps for the Lakeview Common improvements. In 2018, the city made emergency repairs by installing plastic super sacks filled with sand to function as a revetment to limit further erosion and replenish the public access beach area. In late 2024, early 2025, the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board notified city staff that the super sacks became exposed on the beach and that their exposure could lead them to the breakdown and could become a source of contaminants that could enter the lake. City staff evaluated the condition of the beach and the super sacks when the snow melted in spring 2025. Staff confirmed that super sacks are exposed. City staff met with Lahontan for a 401 water quality certification pre-filing meeting on May 20th, 2025 to discuss plans to hire a consultant to assist with the temporary repair to the erosion of the beach and the exposure of the super sacks. This includes creating a work plan that will include permitting with Lahontan, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and TRPA, developing a site plan and other pertinent details, including the source of the sand, to cover the exposed super sacks and how replenishment of the sand will happen. The site plan will include the location of the high water line with elevations of replenishment. This project must proceed in a phased approach. Without completing design and permitting for temporary repair, replenishment, the city is at risk of receiving fines from Lahontan, and the beach can pose safety risks. The long-term solution will likely be a more lengthy discussion with regional agencies, including design, permitting, and construction timelines that cannot be completed by the end of the construction season this year. To maintain beach access, the city will need to continue to replenish the sand for maintenance purposes as needed on an ongoing basis until there is a plan for a long-term solution. Lahontan will issue a permit to remain open for a set period while the city works on a long-term solution that includes removing the plastic super sacks. Lahontan has made it clear that any permit will include a long-term solution. The city will be required to hire a consultant to design the long-term beach stabilization, complete permitting with all applicable agencies, and continue to maintain the long-term solution over the years. Staff's requesting $75,000 from general fund undesignated reserves to the El Dorado Beach revetment account to hire a consultant to complete the design and permitting for a temporary repair to the erosion of the beach and purchase of sand for the burial of the exposed super sacks while the city works on a long-term solution that includes removing the plastic super sacks. That's the end of my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. I'm going to ask, how much money generally does it cost us each time you guys have to replenish the sand?
Do you know how much it was the first
Have we
time?
ever done that before?
We have not done that before.
Okay, so you don't know?
No.
Okay.
Well, it's $75,000
So we-
is what the budget is for that.
We've allocated $25,000 for the sand, which is an approximate cost for that, and then $50,000 for the permitting.
Okay. And then did I hear you say that Lahontan is requiring the consultant?
Yes, that's,
Yes, and we need that expertise to get the 401 permit.
The 401 permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stark. Curious with, we have an event on Thursday there that starts live at Lakeview, and I know that in the previous years, this has happened over and over, and they've kind of somewhat dealt with some of the temporary fixes, I would say, on their own. Are we going to have to wait for the 401 permit to come through and the consultant's work to be done for them to start some of these temporary fixes that we need, for instance, to get the stage put where it needs to go for Thursday?
So with our discussion with Lahontan and TRPA, they will require us to get a permit. And the permit will allow us to replenish the sand, and we have to go and purchase that sand from a clean supplier. And meanwhile, as Mr. Stark mentioned, we're going to be working on the longer-term solution. So Lahontan made it very clear to us that they will allow us to replenish the sand, but we need to have this permit, and they will issue it with the fact that we have to have a permanent solution.
I can answer, Mayor Pro Tem. I think the specific question was about live at Lakeview being impeded by what's going on now. I don't see any reason that their operations will be impeded this year.
Yeah, I just know that there was, in the past, when this has happened, there's been some fixes that they've kind of handled on their own. I just want to make sure that, we can make that work because we know there's going to be large public presence, and obviously it's a huge area that's used. The other part I'm a little confused on is that we need to remove the plastic bags of sand, but we're going to cover them first, then go back to remove that? Is that, am I catching that right?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay, that's a little confusing. And then my last thing is that as we go, and I know this isn't necessarily now, but it's part of what is going to be required to get the permit, is the long-term planning. I think we really want to look at, the way that I've looked at when we built that, we didn't finish it by not putting some type of a stage at the, at the base of it. It's used obviously for the Live at Lakeview thing, but if there was a permanent stage that people, it would just spur a lot more events, and it would be so much easier to produce an event. It's amazing what they put in every single Thursday to go and build the infrastructure and take it back out, and a stage that was engineered and done right there. Yeah, it just needs to be, when we do the permanent fix for that beach, because that's going to take a lot of engineering to make it permanent there. We're going to probably have to bring in a lot of rock and a lot of different things. And so, yes, at that time, you could easily put in. Yeah, it would make it a lakeside amphitheater,
Yep.
and, you just do it right. We could probably even, raise funds from people that want to contribute to
Parks
build that
Foundation.
with the Parks Foundation and really make that such a cool, I think it would be the finishing touch to
I
El Dorado
agree.
Beach. So I just want to put that out there as we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I guess to that, I'm kind of imagining that you'd eat up beach to put on a stage, but I presume that I'm imagining that wrong. And the idea is that you'd put in space for a stage and then you'd add beach further back, so you're not reducing the amount of public beach. But that would be a worthwhile discussion to have at the time when this comes back for the long-term fix part. I just wouldn't want to set an expectation that we're going to shrink and reduce the actual beach part of the beach, but that's for later. Let me start with the prosaic of questions, which is, why did we use plastic bags and not burlap sacks?
I don't have the answer to that question. I think it was.
This was done in 2018, prior to our arrival.
I guarantee
we tried to find out.
burlap
We don't know
sacks
that
existed
answer
in
right at this
2018.
time.
It could be, but it was discussed with TRPA, Lahontan. That's the decision was made, and it made sense. So that's what they did.
Okay, so there's no one knows why that's what was chosen, right? Because if it was burlap or some other natural hemp, whatever material, sorry, I look at you whenever I say hemp, as if it would come from your farm, from your grow, some other natural fiber sack, then we wouldn't be here right now worrying about microplastics into the lake. And then I guess the follow-up question is, so the answer is we don't know. That was what was decided at the time, and we have no idea what the thought process was at that time that went into that decision.
Correct.
Okay, so it's a mystery to the. Is there not in the permitting that we have to do a permit to do the repair now? Was there not a permit in 2018 when the erosion was stabilized that explained the reasoning about what was put in at that time?
Yes, it was. There was a permit, and again, the city staff worked with TRPA, with Lahontan, and this was the solution that they came up with as an emergency solution. I should also mention that the permit has expired, so that's why we need to get another permit now.
I'm going to get to that in a second, because the permit that exists on file doesn't record the counterfactuals that were considered, why this solution doesn't work, why this other solution wouldn't work, and why we're going with this solution. It just has permitting out, accepting that solution that exists. It doesn't have the considerations.
It probably has, but I don't have that information right now.
Okay.
But we can find it and provide you that information.
Just because this may not be the last time an emergency fix to a cliffside beach is needed, we have quite a few miles of beach that are of that nature, as well as private shoreline areas that are of similar nature. So it might be good to know if there's a natural fiber or alternative that doesn't necessarily result in this sort of microplastic pollution potential. Which brings me to the next question. This was in 2018, and this was understood in 2018 as a short-term fix.
Correct. It was an emergency.
Okay. It's 2025. What took so long for the city to circle back to this? That's 7 years.
It's true. I guess, you know.
It hasn't been emergent for 7 years. It
Because
was
they were not
emergent in
exposed,
2018.
to be very honest with you. So we really didn't have that information to be able to go back and see what's happening.
Yeah, great questioning. I'm not trying to correct the thought process in your questioning, but I'm trying to, give Mr. Najad some grace here. I don't think he really knew about the project until Lahontan called our staff. We had in the last 6 years, we've had a lot of changeover in our Public Works Department, and this is chalked up to one of those things that it wasn't on a list that someone passed along to the future Public Works Director would be my.
Yeah, so there's no foul play in like missing a thing in a big place. That's not a fault. The only fault is not understanding that we missed a thing. And so that raises the natural next step is, are there anything else like this out there? Are there any other environmental mitigations that were emergency patches from some rebutment? Right? Everywhere all at once, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this building, is it going to come down on us, microplastics? So, no, I mean, this is legit though, right? How many other of these are out there that we should, and the reason that's a particularly relevant question is because we're always better off planning for things than reacting for things. This is a reactionary thing because this emergency fix in 2018 apparently fell off of everybody's radar. Like it was done in 2018, there was turnover in the departments, memos didn't get handed down about outstanding things that were emergency things that needed to, whatever, it got lost. So we should probably then do an internal census to say what else is out there that's in this category and let us plan for that affirmatively rather than react to it when something collapses.
That's
and
true.
that's part of strategic planning. Yeah.
And
No, I mean, you were being funny, and it's a good joke. I get it, but it's also correct.
Councilmember Robbins, but we have done that. We have recently completed conditions assessment of all of our facilities. So we know exactly what we have, what are the issues, and we have a plan to be able to deal with those.
That's our buildings, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Our facilities,
That's
Everything, yes.
which is Lakeside or Lakeview Commons.
So that's all our parks as well, things like that.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I guess if the answer to the question, are there more outstanding emergency fixes that will need to, that at some point should be de-emergency-fied and turned into permanent long-term fixes? What are they, and are they out there? You're saying we have completed that census.
Correct.
Okay.
And we plan a presentation to the council probably in September. We plan to do it when I gave the presentation on the CIP, but there was too much information, so we will provide you a presentation very soon.
All right, good.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Thank you, Mr. Najad. Mr. Jenkins?
I'm sorry to belabor this. Just a couple of points. One, I'm glad, or my recent experience and my experience in general is the Army Corps works with us. They've been good partners with us. I know with the Suntex project, I've heard only good things coming out in spite of what other people say in other places. I'm glad that Lahontan's working with us. I appreciate that. I respect the role they play. And I'm glad the TRPA is working with us. What surprises me is that in all of Lake Tahoe and all of California, that we don't know that there's not some accepted best practice on how to keep stuff from falling into the lake, that we don't already know that, but we have to have a new study to figure out how to do it here, because for some reason we are so different than every other environmental place in California or in the nation. So I just, that troubles me, but I support the project and I support the endeavor because that's what we have to do. I wish and I hope that we pursue and continue to pursue this ridiculous bureaucracy that we have to deal with when we want to do good things that are needed in the community. And I really hope that we endeavor to do that and make that part of our strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Are there any other questions for Mr. Stark?
I have one for discussions.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Loberg? This is public comment, by the way.
Thank you. Did I hear you correct that it's $50,000 for the permit?
Not for the permit, but for the consultant.
Okay, consultant, okay. But the permit expired, and no one's held accountable to that. It's just blamed on turnover. And, you know, that's, in the private sector, the heads would roll. And, you know, we're having to spend more money on top of good money. And it's just, and the fact that La Hontan is requiring a consultant speaks volumes that we're not training up our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment. No additional comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Mr. Robbins?
Well, Mr. Loberg summarized my comment and previewed my next question, which is, it feels an awful lot like we do this quite a bit, where we have these Tahoe particular environmental assessments that need to be done that are, you know, maybe other communities don't necessarily need to have in the kind of way that we need to have. And we hire consultants for them sort of pretty frequently. And I guess, so this goes to a larger question of, you know, sometimes it's more cost effective to bring that talent in or train that talent up and have it in-house rather than paying for it as a consultant each time. We did this with a senior planning position not too long ago because we keep doing planning and we kept hiring planning consultants, and at some point it made more sense for us to be able to do some of that work insourced. Is there a aspect here with this work that points to the utility of having, you know, environmental regulatory expertise and permitting expertise in-house so that we can do these kinds of work without necessarily hiring a consultant? Because this is not uncommon.
Yes, actually, we do have the talent in-house. However, we have a lot of priorities and we have staffing issues to be able to do it in-house. That's why we need a consultant. At the present time, we do not have the resources in-house, although we do have the talent.
Echo on that. We have 2 vacant positions in senior level engineering positions that we tried to recruit for, and it was unsuccessful recruitment. So we're brainstorming an idea to float that again under a different title that we need to present to council as part of our budget for project managers. And project managers could potentially give us a different option to recruit talent that could manage these kinds of projects. So that's a reality. There are 2 vacancies, and it's our city's, one of our city's biggest construction years in history. And so we have these fine new individuals that are working their tails off to manage the projects and the inspections out in the street, work with the contractors on the calls and review emails and the project management of everything that they're doing. There's a lot of work happening in the city. You drive around Pioneer Trail through Bijou Park, road rehab's about to start, road maintenance is happening. Stormwater projects all over. The Tahoe Greenbelt, just look behind Aleworks. There's a lot. I don't mean to digress, but there is 2 vacancies. So I think the structure in our engineering division is there. We just need to make sure we add 2 more and then support those great talented individuals we have.
So to clarify, the vacancies at hand are for staff positions that could have done what this consultant would be doing.
Yes, correct.
Okay. It might behoove us to look at reopen if those are open for a finite time and then close. I don't know if they stay open indefinitely, but it might be good. When you said we've had recruiting problems, could you elaborate just a bit? I know we're getting a little left of topic, but not too far.
Well, absolutely. You know, we have had positions open. Typically, it takes us about 6 months to maybe a year to fill those. And that's what happened last year. That's what happened this year. Again, I want to emphasize that we do have the talent. We have the resources right now that can do that work. They can prepare all of the applications. However, they have other assignments to do. So we need a consultant.
Right. I understand. So the challenge with increasing the amount of staff that can do that has been that we haven't been getting applicants, or the applicants we've been getting haven't been qualified.
We have not been getting applicants.
We've not been getting applicants.
Correct.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Bass?
Sure, I will put forward a motion to pass a resolution authorizing $75,000 from general fund undesignated reserves to be allocated to account number 301-686 El Dorado Beach Redevelopment to hire a consultant to complete design and permitting for a temporary repair to the erosion of the beach and burial of exposed super sacks while the city works on a long-term solution that includes removing the plastic super sacks.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Second.
second. If there's no further discussion, everybody please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, it is 5 minutes to our legislated drop or stop time. We have one more item on the agenda because we did push off item number 15. I need
Let's zip through it in 4 minutes.
well, yeah, good luck with that.
I'll be quiet.
I
for
would
that
have
one.
to tape yours and yours, mouth shut.
You need David and I to both agree to keep silent on that, and then we can zip through it
Okay,
in 5 minutes.
so we just need to decide. We need to decide if we're going to go beyond our 10 o'clock time frame, and we just need a majority vote. Do you need a full motion or just a consensus?
We usually do a motion.
That's what I thought. Okay, so is there a motion? Okay, and a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of going beyond our 10 o'clock time and finishing the meeting?
Until
say-
what time?
Please,
Just for the
until
next item, next
the
two
next,
items.
the next item.
Two items, APC.
No, 15's done.
15.
APC is always
Oh,
the next
sure,
item.
that's an
So it's
item.
tech-
Yeah.
Two agenda items, formal agenda items, but not the cannabis item.
We haven't voted. So
Yes.
we'll do voice
thank you.
vote. All in favor of going beyond 10 o'clock, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, we're moving on. Item number 14. Okay, the memorandum of understanding with El Dorado County for use of senior center and coordination of senior services. Mr. Stark, you're the guy tonight.
Okay, let's go. John Stark, Director of Parks and Recreation, City Parks and Rec staff, and El Dorado County Health and Human Services staff desire to enter into a memorandum of understanding regarding use of the senior center and coordination of senior services. The city is the legal entity with the sole authority over the development, operation, and use of the senior center property leased from the county. The city and county have mutually agreed that the county will assume responsibility for the scheduling and coordination of senior activities at the senior center upon execution of this MOU, and with the hiring of a limited-term program coordinator. The MOU outlines the different areas of responsibility for both the city and the county. Following the execution of the MOU, the county will be responsible for the following: the work with the city to ensure that no-cost or low-cost senior activities and senior services are made available to seniors on a regular basis at the senior center. The county will recruit and hire a full-time, limited-term program coordinator to assist with the operation of the senior center. This will include scheduling of meeting rooms for groups and events, the supervision and coordination of the senior nutrition program, and the coordination of activities and events designed to enhance senior participation in the use of the senior center. They will schedule and operate recreation and/or senior services in collaboration with the city. The city will be responsible for the following: issue keys or key cards on a temporary basis to part-time personnel who assist with managing the facility. City staff shall ensure uses of on-site senior center parking shall be limited by availability for county staff, county vehicles, and senior participants having priority. They will maintain an accurate and current inventory and record of all equipment and furnishings at the senior center as either owned by the city or the county. They'll inventory and identify all equipment and furnishings in the senior center as either owned by the city or county. They'll provide janitorial maintenance in the event of an urgent situation which presents a hazard to health or safety of staff or program participants. They'll maintain the senior center's building and grounds, which shall include daily janitorial services and repairs as needed, provide maintenance for the senior center, and ensure that said maintenance is scheduled in a manner that will not unduly interfere with senior activities. They'll pay the cost of all utilities for the senior center and provide adequate waste and recycling dumpsters, and provide county staff access to basic cleaning supplies as needed for their use. The term of the MOU is for 3 years after execution. That's the end of my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Mr. Jenkins?
You anticipated.
I saw your hand.
I just want to be sure, because I sat in early January, I believe, in a meeting with Senior Inc. I think the mayor, in a separate meeting, may have attended. We didn't attend. I think there were other members of the council that may have attended a meeting with them. But I just want to be sure on some clarity issues that here, that the Senior Inc., who make up about 16.5% of our population, that over 65, that they do not have to ask permission to use the existing or new facility. That they don't have to pay rent. Is that true?
The Seniors Inc. uses the existing senior center.
Yes.
There is no fee charged to Seniors Inc.
Well, that was a good, thank you. And by the way, I heard some very nice comments from one of the board members about your efforts recent, and I appreciate that. So the Senior Inc. is happy with this MOU. They've reviewed the MOU. They're happy with what's in it, and that they are in no way displaced or told they have to use the new facility, because in my own experience over a few years where I got all my hair is that seniors many times just want to have their own facility and access to it, and I would argue that they deserve that right. As we favor many people in the community, I think we should favor those too. So is that what I said? Is that consistent with the MOU?
So we're certainly supportive of the seniors, and with the new recreation center, we plan to offer multi-generational programming as well as senior-specific programming.
Okay.
What this MOU spells out is the current use of the senior center,
okay,
and the hiring of a program coordinator,
okay,
and essentially the county taking on the responsibilities of scheduling of rooms and working with Seniors Inc.
okay.
The city's responsibilities will continue to be maintenance and janitorial, and we'll coordinate with those groups as well.
And is what the county doing here in their services, and I appreciate our supervisor's help, I'm sure she was involved in helping making this so, as all of you are, is what they're doing for us consistent with what they're doing in other parts of El Dorado County? Is it about the same?
I think you'd have to confer with the county.
Okay, because I will say that I hope that's the case, because I think they have an obligation to do that. Whatever they provide in Placerville or elsewhere, El Dorado Hills, that they have to provide here, and I think there's actually, without being a lawyer, that I'm not, that I think there's some law that relates to that. It's called extended services and so on. Okay, well, I appreciate all the work that you've done, and I've heard many nice things about the work that you've done and the people who you've worked with, and I thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I too have heard great things about your cooperation with Seniors Inc., so appreciate that. Certainly going to smooth things a lot going forward. My question is, it says this is for 3 years. How does that change at all once Nutrition Center changes over to the new facility, or will the seniors be in the old building for that full 3-year term? Or could you just explain a little bit more of the timing on that?
Yeah, and that's not a part of this MOU. So what will become of the existing senior center, I would say, is still to be determined. What we do know is that the plans are for the county to move their senior nutrition program to the new recreation center.
Correct, I'm aware of that. Will this supervisor, that their limited term program coordinator, will they continue to coordinate at the old building once they move over, or?
That's another question that I don't have an answer to, that we would need to hear from the county.
Okay.
To get clarity on that, because they hired a limited term position. Obviously, the county has the authority to employ that staff member how they see fit. we will be advocating that they keep that person there as long as they can, for the limited term period. If they don't, then we will have a discussion in this chamber about what do we do with the existing senior center. But right now, we're not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted a little more clarification.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Mr. Irvin. Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins.
I had understood from previous conversations with staff in our Monday meetings that this MOU would define the relationship, and it would define who could use what when and what that future would be. That was my understanding. May have misunderstood, but that was my understanding. So you're saying that there's, even with this MOU, that there are still unresolved issues that are important to our seniors and Senior Inc. That need resolution. And when would we think that there will be a resolution to this in the future, with another resolution sometime, or when will there be answers to these questions?
If I may, John, Councilmember Jenkins, I really see two scenarios that, the county plays out this limited term for 3 years, and then they choose not to hire a new limited term position. And then we have a discussion. Does the city look at our staffing and make a decision to offer senior service employees, an employee that's employed by the city to manage that facility? That's something the council could give us direction to. I think it's different than what the vision was when the multi-generational facility was being proposed and built. That's one option. The other option is to go out for an RFP and see if a group like Senior Inc. or somebody else was interested in operating and managing that facility. But in no way is a staff member here, or myself or Mr. Stark, proposing that seniors be kicked out of that building immediately or at all. You're welcome.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins, do you have a
Yeah,
question?
I've been to the senior center a handful of times, mostly for community events and presentations and the like, but is it anyone allowed to use the senior center, right? Any senior, I should say, is allowed to use the facilities at the senior center, whether they live in the city or in the county.
Yes.
I mean, this goes to a point that I think we've heard many, many times about are the regional governments doing their fair share, or is it the city's responsibility to pay for the needs of seniors outside of the city and in Nevada and in Myers and, elsewhere that's not in the city? And I think that's an important point, because this strikes me as a county function, much like the public library, for example, is a county function. So I'm not stoked on the idea of, continuing to fund a separate senior center when we have spent an unholy amount of money on a brand new multi-generational recreation center that has the word multi-generational in it, specifically because it is intended to support the functions of the senior center, the existing senior center, in a brand new facility.
It was designed by people who are not seniors in this community, and that's in part why, because
It was designed relentlessly with
if
the
you've
input of
had
the seniors.
experience managing senior facilities, seniors, not because they're selfish, but of course, I'm not talking about myself, but they don't necessarily, it all doesn't blend well with every other group. And it's not because they're exclusive or they think they're better. It just be for age and other reasons. So I would just hope that we all think about that. And I just want to be sure that in the end that we're not treating our seniors in this community less. And by the way, on external charges, in the city that I worked with, one city I worked with, we had a golf course. And we had a fee for local residents. People who were outside the city limits paid a different fee because they were not part of what the taxpayer base that was paying for the thing. So I'm not suggesting, I'm just saying
Is that the case here? Do seniors that are outside of the city pay different rates than
As long as
seniors
the
inside
county
of the city?
We're getting so far outside of the thing.
Yeah,
One
I
thing I want
agree.
to say just real quickly on it, it's the county.
This is an MOU with the
Well,
county.
it's,
This
but
is
it
the
has
issue.
nothing to do with our new services or what's going to be provided in the new center. And the fact is this is a much more complicated thing. The county is who's tasked for senior services. Whether or not a future agreement comes down the road that they want to give us that responsibility and pay us for it, that's so far outside of this item here. So I think we should go to public comment if you don't mind, Mayor, so that we can.
I
it's-
think,
it's 10
Mr. Roberts,
Oh,
did
excuse
you
me.
still
I
have
didn't see
one
his name
thing?
up.
Look to
Any
the future.
questions?
That's what you said earlier. Look to the future. Anticipate.
No, not a question.
Okay.
I'll reserve it.
I agree, Mr. Best. Thank you. Mr. Loberg, we're in public comment.
Thank you. Not being a senior, I am appalled, however, in the MOU stating little to no cost. Is that what the seniors are worth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loberg. Mr. Messina. Your microphone.
It's been a long day for everybody. Okay, I'm told by the Commission on Aging that these negotiations have been going on for over 10 years, and the seniors still don't know what is going to happen to them. As far back as I can remember, Senior Inc. provided all the activities and events at the senior center. And they had good boards and bad boards. Unfortunately, COVID pretty much destroyed the center after it was forced to close down for years. The big problem is the new recreation center has stirred things up. I don't know why the Senior Inc. isn't part of these discussions, considering that the ones that have actually been running the center for 20 or 30 years. The city has been very cooperative, so I don't want to, it's the county that seems to be the problem. They stated they are moving not only the nutrition program, but their program coordinator and all of their health and human services to the new rec center. So, I don't know what they think they're going to be doing in this MOU after they've moved to the new rec center. The county has already stated at their last meeting that they don't think they can fund 2 facilities up here, which means they're trying to bow out on us. But the only thing they really have been providing to the seniors is the building. The city has been providing all the support and maintenance, and they've been working with Seniors Inc. The county has not been so much doing that. And by the way, I got to say, this is my own opinion, not any groups. The city's been. The city really needs to make a commitment to keep the senior center open. In 2020, the city council voted for a master plan that said specifically the senior center will remain open and be upgraded after the creation of the new rec center. That same year, the 56-acre plan said that the city shall allocate 9,000 square feet of dedicated space for the seniors in the new rec center, which never materialized. I can't read my notes. I would suggest that, like in San Jose.
Sorry, Mr. Messina.
Just one more sentence. San Jose leases its facilities to groups like the Seniors Inc. for a 9-year lease for $1. And that's where I think this should be going.
Thank you, Mr. Messina.
Okay, thank you.
We've got you. Anybody else in the room that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for public comment. No additional hands, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I'm going to go really quickly. Just so you are all aware, in the APC portion of this, I will be asking for support to do almost exactly what Mr. Messina just suggested. However, I will say, the new facility, I was part of the design. There is dedicated space for the seniors. Senior nutrition, as part of the agreement previously, senior nutrition is moving to the rec center because, here's why. $1 million of general fund money was spent on that kitchen because we had the support of the El Dorado Commission on Aging at the time. And we moved forward because the kitchen, because it was for senior nutrition, couldn't be covered under the Measure P funds. So the county owns the building, the city controls it, so we can put something forward. I will say that we will still have exercise classes and a lot of services at the multi-generational facility. If the seniors want to move over there, we've been very clear that we will provide office space for you guys, and they're not competing. The seniors use the facility in the daytime, during the day when the kids are not there and the adults are working, or our age are working. And then in the evenings, there will be dedicated space for seniors, a dance class, a dance room, a craft room, all the stuff.
I can learn to dance.
Well, that's up to you.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. I cannot learn how to dance, though. I will just a foreshadowing, I'll be asking for support on that, because I think we need
not a
to
dance
give.
partner, right?
I will not be asking for a dance partner. I'm married to one. But I think it's important that we have that, because I agree with Mr. Messina and other people that have said that there's not been clarity. I think this can provide clarity. It doesn't have to come back right away, but it's something that we should at least talk about what we're going to do with that facility at the end of when the new facility is open. I do believe that the seniors are going to love the new rec center so much that they're going to want to move over there, because the difference in a brand new $70 million building and an old hospital from the 50s is a completely different thing. I don't know if everybody knows that. That building was a hospital in the 50s.
The 50s were good.
The 50s were good, but those
for
buildings,
being a
not for
hospital, it
buildings.
wasn't.
Okay, Mr. Robbins.
I've often, I've often communicated with city staff about writing reports and materials in ways that are a little more clear to the public. But I thought this one was fine. But nonetheless, I guess there's a need to clarify, when we talk about that the senior activities are at no cost or low cost, that is at no cost or low cost to the seniors, not low cost or no cost value of activities. I didn't think that was unclear. So John, I don't think this was poorly written. I thought that was written fine. I don't get how that's interpreted wrong, but that's not what that meant. So that's fine. I'm just a little puzzled as to how we got. It's a little unclear to me how we got to here. How did we get to now with the situation where we're at? The city of South Lake Tahoe does not run libraries. The city of South Lake Tahoe does not operate the schools. The city of South Lake Tahoe does not operate search and rescue or highway patrol or any number of things that are the functions of county or higher level governments in our area. But senior facilities are usually a county level operation, yet we are funding them, or we are committing our funding to it as well, and that should be a county operation, specifically because the people who use it are broadly from the region as a whole, not just from the city. It's not a city exclusive operation. There's no cost differential for users that are inside or outside the city. And I think just and significant hay has been made of the fact that we're doing all this for housing for our workforce, and we should do less of it because the regions, or not do so much of it because the regional governments are not doing their fair share. This is something that is supposed to be entirely a county function. And yes, if there was something where they're leasing our building and whatever, but this is about, the MOU has a list 3 bullets long of what the county will be doing, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bullets long about what the city will be doing, including building maintenance, which is a non-trivial thing on a building that dates from the 50s. So I'm not quite clear how this is equitable in terms of the funding breakdown between what is a county responsibility and what is a city responsibility. It's as if we were contributing to fund the health department here. That's not a city function, that's a county function. And yeah, there are a number of cities that are concurrent cities and counties, but we're not one of them. So that's not how that works here.
You have to be a city of 50,000 or more to have your own health department.
Yeah, and in fairness, we're a city of 150,000 on the weekends in the summer, but that's not what counts. So can staff talk to how it is that we
Ms.
got
Stroud
to
has
here?
something, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to answer that question because all of the city responsibilities, pretty much without exception, are already things we're obligated to do under the 56 acres agreement and the ground lease we have with the county. So we are already required to do maintenance and janitorial service on the buildings that we lease from the county under that agreement.
So
So this is repeating those and maybe adding a little more detail, but it's not adding any costs over what we're already doing.
So this comes because the building is covered under the 56-acre agreement, and that came for the ride because this is what's used for the senior center. And in another.
No matter what it's used for, we would
correct.
have those obligations.
Correct.
Yes.
And so if this were a county building that was just owned on some other parcel, then we wouldn't be paying anything for it nominally. But this is because this comes out of this weird agreement that we have for this one, 56-acre section of the city where we're
Right.
leasing the buildings on top of the land from the county.
Yes, it was a complicated, I think, 2-year
Very
negotiation
complicated.
process with the county where we, in order to do the land exchange to get the property to build the new multi-generational center, the county wanted some things in exchange, and one of them was that we would continue to maintain and provide repair and maintenance for the buildings that we were leasing from them.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts?
First, Mr. Stark, maybe you can answer this, I was present in 2 different meetings where you said, I believe it was you and others, perhaps it was Timmerland as well, said the opposite of what Mayor Wallace just said about them having a specific office and specific place. Both times you said that they were able to compete for the time for those rooms and that they could reserve it the same as anybody else could. And also, answer that first, and I got some other comments as well.
Well, first, the senior nutrition program, we've identified a space for them that they would have access to, which would be the event dining space, which would be a really nice space.
Understood.
And then we've identified a secondary space if there was something that was booked in there, a conference or a wedding or something like that, that would be within what we're calling our community room, the arts and crafts room. So that would be available to them.
Through the reservation process.
Those will be where the senior nutrition program will be located. It'll be in either or. For the reservation process for meeting rooms, I think to the mayor's point, the time of day that seniors would be using it would likely be more available during the day when they would be interested in using it. In terms of their priority for a fee, we're currently looking at a user fee study right now for the city, and within that, we're considering a number of different fee structures, one of which that we're exploring is a low cost or no cost booking for seniors. There's still some more work that needs to be done there, but that's part of our fee study.
Okay, so they don't in fact have dedicated space. But I do believe, like everybody's saying, that eventually they're gonna wanna be there. They're gonna wanna move over there because it's gonna be a fabulous facility and a lot of activities over there. And I agree to that fact. But one of the biggest challenges for the senior center right now is low members. And they need the opportunity to put on fundraiser, membership drives, and so on. And those are not going to be taking place during the day because they're going to have a food component. They are going to be in the evening, and they are going to be not during the day when nobody else is there. So I think some of those comments are a little bit inaccurate. I think also what we need to understand and have a little bit of sympathy for the seniors. While I'm a senior, I'm still in denial that I'm a senior. So I don't think like I don't think. But I think I would imagine they have a lower comfort zone than the rest of us. So, and they're lower, comfort with change. So I think it's important that they have this opportunity to stay in that current building as long as possible to make the change to the new environment. And also when you're talking about them going to a much larger building and a big fancy building with all kinds of lights and whistles and things, I think their comfort is not going to be there, and I think that's why they're concerned about having to move and being displaced. So I think we need to keep that in mind. That these are they need different comforts than most of us need.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. So on this item, is there further discussion or a motion?
Sure, I'll put forward a motion
Thank you.
authorizing and directing the mayor to execute a memorandum of understanding with El Dorado County for the use of the senior center and coordination of senior services.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote. Okay,
Was easy.
yeah.
Motion unanimously carries.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Moving on to the APC, Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, the next council meeting on the regular schedule is August 12th. There will be some movement around on those items, but I'll just highlight cannabis grant recommendations and quite a few contract awards that we'll be bringing to council. Sierra Boulevard speed limit report will be brought forward, so that's what I have for now.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin, and I will just share with the council that Mayor Pro Tem Bass will be running that meeting because I will not be here. Okay, any questions for Mr. Irvin on the Agenda Planning Council? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins.
With this, what do you call it, dark? It's dark in July.
Dark in July.
You're dark in July, that was new to me, but I assume that if there's a need, some urgent need, that we will hold a meeting. I do have, my wife has told me, of course, as a good husband, I do what I'm told, that there are things that we have planned, but if there's a need, a public need, that we're going to do something. And I also heard that in October, that we have one meeting, but what if we need two? I assume that we will call two. We will schedule a second meeting because the public's business comes before. That's why we signed up. So I'm just assuming all that.
That's fair. Yes,
Okay.
I mean, we will call special meeting as needed anytime. There's just certain things that might not be able to be approved at a special meeting, but we have a method to fix that.
That happened a few years ago with the car rally. That was a special meeting in July. They did
We've
that.
had, Mayor Pro Tem Bass and I have participated in
But
dozens
in
of
no way
special
will we
meetings.
not meet if we need to do the public's
That's not like
business.
a hypothetical, like that's happened.
Well, if the mayor though is in Hawaii, if she would take us with her,
Yeah.
we could all
I'm not
hold
going
the
to
meeting.
Hawaii, I'm going to Europe, and
Oh,
I'll be
yeah.
gone in August,
Oh,
not in July.
Well,
but
we could go then.
We can have a special meeting in July if we need one. I won't be
How much
pushing
you
for
gonna pay
one
me
unless
to
it's
not have- to
necessary.
not-
Okay, so updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud.
None at this time, thank you.
Ms. Blankenship.
No, Mayor.
Mr. Irvin.
I don't have anything right at this moment, other than Thursday's Juneteenth holiday, city offices will be closed. We'll be back open Friday morning.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin, for that reminder. Moving on to council member reports, Mr. Robbins.
I had an email buried in my inbox that I didn't get to for a while from the city clerk about the Cal Cities Conference, and it turned out there was time for me to register for it, and she very graciously registered me for that. So just a heads up in case anyone else also has had my problem of having emails get buried and then.
Everyone else has already been registered. You were the last one,
Oh,
and
well,
the
then
mayor
never
doesn't
mind.
want to go.
I'll see you all there.
Yep.
I will be there. Anything
we
else,
all
Mr.
going?
No, I'm not going.
Who else is
Mr.
going? Just,
Everyone else but the mayor.
okay.
Oh, have fun, boys. Mr. Roberts.
Okay then.
No, nothing to add, thank you.
Mr. Jenkins.
I just want to echo a comment about Mr. Walker, who passed away, a longtime city employee. I knew him, and it is a loss for us, for him. He served his city honorably, and I appreciate his service, and I'm sorry for his loss. I know a community member, some of you did. I attended Candace Williams' celebration of life. It was beautiful. Sad, but beautiful, and I was appreciative that I heard the mayor address the group, and I thought she was eloquent in her comments, and I want to thank her for that, that's all I have.
Thank you for mentioning that. Mr. Walker was well-loved. Mr. Bass?
I have nothing.
I would like to get support to bring back to council that we prepare an agreement or work on an agreement with Senior Inc. to provide that building for them as a clubhouse or a facility for the seniors outside of the things that we will be providing and the county will be providing in the new facility.
I agree.
Okay.
We can discuss it in the future.
Yes, of course. And that's all I have.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
4th of July parade
Oh, yes,
is right
thank
around the corner. So I know council members have responded. There's a city float. If you
Do I
got
need
the
to
email from
register-
Emily, just follow her rules.
So, Mr. Robbins, really quickly, the reason that I'm saying this is because I wasn't aware of this, but I was informed of this. The council is the city is the ground marshal because it's our 60th anniversary.
I didn't know that.
And so the staff would like us to be all on the same float. So, not like we've done in the past
Wasn't on
together, but
bicycles.
separate. Yeah,
Yeah.
we've been on bicycles and we've done other things.
thought that was
But they
nice.
would like us to be on a float together because we need to be together as the grand marshal
Like in
of the.
front of the parade kind of.
Do I
Yes.
have to wear a wig if I go?
Yes.
I need
Okay,
to.
I have a perfect one. Okay, is there anything else for the good of the order? If not, we are adjourned.
God bless you. God bless you.